Today, we're beginning a new journey, a novelty on establishing what we call a Yom Iyun, a seminar on a very important topic, which is so prevalent and related to each and every one of us. The title of Relationships and Marriage, and we're very privileged to have a fantastic lineup of rabbi, scholars, marriage counselors, and therapists as well. So we're very happy. Our opening shiur by Rav Machon Weinberg was one of our main rebbes and educators in the Machon Meir English department. Many times he's been teaching the subject of marriage, and he's prepared and coached many couples and singles, both students, alumni, and others in their preparation and for the duration of their marriage. So we're honored and we're asking b'vakasha, Rav Machon Weinberg.
The clapping wasn't loud enough. I don't know. But all right. There's some pages. Zoraim Tovim. I'm really touched that we have some alumni here with us who coming back after a couple of years, and Rav Menachem, it's worth it just for that.
Yes.
Just to see some familiar faces come and join us. It's wonderful. So I'm looking around the room and I see that we've all come from different cultures. Literally, east, west, north, south, every continent. And why did we come here to yeshiva? We came here to change, to learn, to grow, and we want to. We're used to seeing the world with certain eyes, the way we grew up, whatever we absorbed from our surroundings, whatever we were taught, our environment. And we know that that's not perhaps the only perspective, or that's not the best perspective. Why we're here to learn something new, to change, to really look at the world, and that's really our goal. Our goal here in yeshiva is to try together with you and to teach for you to look at the world with God's eyes. And that's the title of this year, to see with others' eyes. Perhaps the other should be with a capital O, right? The other. We want to see through God's eyes. We want to know what the Torah tells us about every phenomenon in the world, whether it's politics or of course religion, and also every part of our life. We want every part of our life to be guided by Torah, so we want to look through Torah's eyes. So we're really supposed to be trying to gain Torah vision, right? To look at the world through God's eyes. This is what we learn Torah for, and we learn what the Torah teaches us about this topic and that topic. And ultimately, the goal is to integrate, right? It's not just to put on some glasses that you take off tomorrow. You take the glasses, then hopefully they'll turn into contacts. And ultimately, if there was a surgery, right, we could surgically implant that vision, Torah vision, into our eyes. We should be able to see the world through the right perspective, through Torah's eyes. So we're here to train ourselves. That our eyes is as a metaphor for our vision, for our perspective, for how to view the world. So you come to the right place, and this is what we try to do. What I'd like to share with you is something I learned as a young rabbi. I was a rabbi of a yeshuv, and we had a gathering of a bunch of different rabbis, and they brought a professional to help us. And it's a little bit of a difficult place because the rabbi is supposed to know it all, right? You're going to bring some professional to teach the rabbi, right? We studied for years. What do we need? We need help. Turns out we need a lot of help, and I learned a lot. And one of the exercises was take any topic, a topic which would come up for a rabbi in a community. Let's just, for example, the community wants to have a second minyan. Okay, an early minyan, a late minyan, a Sephardi minyan, Ashkenazi minyan, whatever it is. Some topic that rabbis deal with in terms of community politics. And we each bring to the table what we know. We know how to look at that. We know how to treat that issue. Well, because we studied, right? We know, okay, what are the topics we got to think about? Zman Kriyat Shema, Magen Avraham, the Gra. There's different opinions. How late could it be? We have to know the calendar during the different times of the year. Is it going to work? There's a lot of things, and of course the different poskim on the issue throughout the ages, from the Gemaras through the Rishonim, Achronim. We know all that, okay? That's the easy part. That's fine. And so we come, so we're all told to write our psak. What's the correct approach? And the people in the community are waiting for it, to hear the rabbi's words. So what's the exercise? The exercise was called, believe it or not, other eyes. Other eyes. We all had to put on other eyes. But the other eyes that we were supposed to put on is not the other eyes with the capital O, but the other eyes of all the different members of the community, the different segments of the community. They're the other. And try to think of it as someone who's in the community, who's going to be getting your psak, getting your letter, getting your campaign, whatever it is, to decide that this is the way the community should go on this issue. And how are they going to see it from their perspective? And it was really eye-opening. You have to recognize, well, then there's going to be the old-timers. Okay, they've always been in this yeshuv longer than you. They've been in this community, and they've always been davening at this time. And you want to change something? Okay, well, this rabbi, in Orthodox Judaism, we're talking about, rabbi, change is an ugly word. Right. You're a reformer. What are you doing changing? That's reform. And then there's the young people who, they work very hard maybe, and they don't, every day they get up early to go to work, the young couples, and then, they come home late at night and they barely see their kids and their family. And maybe the Shabbat morning, the late minyan actually gives them perhaps the best time of the week for them to spend with their wives and children. Just sort of, there's no Sundays in Israel, right? So the easy Saturday morning, Shabbat morning, is the time for them. So they're going to look at it, oh, this rabbi, he's too strict. This rabbi is wanting to, he doesn't recognize the value of what we do and how much effort we put in. So, and so on and so forth. There's the young, there's the old, there's the grandparents that come, there's the guests that come for Shabbat. What are they going to think about the different times of the minyanim? And then there's the people that their greatest ideal is we should all daven in one minyan. What is this two little minyanim? Another person came from a small community where they had 5 minyanim growing up, and he's surprised that there's only 1 minyan. So this exercise of seeing with other eyes is really enlightening. Now, did any of this discussion change one iota what the halachic psak is, what the rabbi brought to the table from the Magen Avraham and the Gra, and the different opinions and the different shitot? Not at all. The Torah vision, the other eyes, the God's eyes, is the same. But what I learned to appreciate is that you may present it in a certain way and expect everybody to hear just, one thing, but from where they're sitting, it means something totally different. They're hearing all sorts of messages which you never intended. You never intended to be a reformer, and you never intended to be a machmir, and you didn't want to denigrate anybody who's working hard and only has, Shabbat to rest. That was none of your opinion, but you have to learn that others are going to be hearing your message and hearing your psak and listening to what the word of Torah is saying, but they're going to be hearing different messages, which you, most cases, never intended, never even thought of. And you can't always get into everybody's head and try to think of their perspective, but it's very useful to do so. And maybe when you do then give your psak, or give your message to the community, or go on your campaign for or against this additional minyan or the other mishal, maybe you'll do it better. Maybe it'll be well received because you'll be more sensitive and address the various concerns, and maybe give some more sources so they won't think you're a reformer. Or maybe say a word about how important it is to be with your family, and that will, alleviate the concerns of that group. So just being aware of what the other perspectives are is very, very useful. Why am I telling a story about rabbis? This is not a session for rabbis. This is not about giving psak. What I learned from that exercise is something very useful, and that's something that I think we should all be doing that in our relationships as well. The key, perhaps, to having a good relationship is to realize that you are one part of a relationship, and the other, again, still the other is with a small o, the other in the relationship is not necessarily God, but they have a different perspective. They see things different. Maybe they'll hear things differently. They'll hear something very different than what you said or what you intended to say. And the first step is to recognize that they are an other, and they have the right to their point of view and to their perspective, and you should respect that and even try to understand that. Like it or not, you don't want to get married to yourself. You don't want to have a relationship with yourself. You want an other. You want to have a relationship with somebody different than you. And if they're different than you, then they're going to have different perspectives. And again, don't get me wrong. We're not talking about a debate about is something halachic or not halachic. We're within the halachic parameters. There are still different perspectives. There's still room. There's still flexibility for different attitudes. You might have different priorities because of your background, because of whatever you're dealing with and how you grew up, because of what you want to prioritize at this point in your life. So I think this idea of learning to see with others' eyes is no less important than learning to see with others' eyes, the small o. And I want to go one step further. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to even get a little more specific. We're talking about relationships and marriage. We're talking about our relationship between men and women. Men and women. Now, there's many good books on the topic. The classic when I was growing up was, men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Right, and they have a different language and different associations and different ways of thinking about things. It's actually not a bad book, but there's been many others that are perhaps better. But that's something we have to be aware of when we want to create this relationship with a significant other, as it's called in some places, and recognize that we have a lot to learn. I want to say something nice. Turns out she starts crying. Or I want to give a compliment, and turns out they understand it as a criticism. From where I'm coming, it's clear as day that we have to do X, Y, Z in our united front is what we should be doing, and conquer X first and then Y and then Z. But it's absolutely clear as day to the other side. The other side. You know what that's called in Aramaic? The other side translated is Sitra Achra. Chas v'chalil. I don't want to say that any Sitra Achra is a phrase used in the Zohar for the Yetzer Hara, for the evil. So I say that in jest. The other in your relationship, hopefully, is not the Sitra Achra. Hopefully, you're making a relationship with a holy and idealistic and a wonderful person, just as full of good intentions as you. But they have different ideas, different perspective, different attitudes. And it's important for you to, I think the heart of a relationship is bridging that gap. That's what a relationship is all about. It's about recognizing and seeing what the other perspective is, what the other has to say, understanding it. Many times you have to stay in that mode of listening, appreciating, understanding, even if you totally disagree. And then, once they feel heard, you feel heard, then the unity can come. The otherness is a step towards reaching the ultimate unity. And this is where I come back to where we started from. It's our relationship with the other. We want to serve Hashem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the other with the capital O. And there's a parallel between our relationships with each other and our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, each and every one of us. Just want to give you one example. I have a few people in my family who are very good at giving gifts. What distinguishes between a good gift giver and a poor gift giver? Personally, I'm okay, but not as good as my daughter-in-law. Okay, you don't know who she is. It's okay. What makes a good gift giver? Listening. Well, okay, you can listen all you want, but then you have to give a gift. I'm talking about giving gifts, a physical gift for a birthday, for I don't know, for a bar mitzvah, for an anniversary. You want to give gifts sometimes. What distinguishes somebody who gives a good gift and an average gift or a poor gift? Anybody, help me out. Very nice. You could add a note. Sometimes the note is more important than the actual physical gift. Not bad. What else? Okay, knowing what to give. Can you tell me what do you mean by that? How do you know what to give? You're on the right track. You're on the right track. Obviously, I think I've been priming you, right? Right? Because I know what I like, and I go to the store and I buy what I like, what I think will be a nice gift. But the point of the gift is to make the other person happy. So you have to see with their eyes. How are they going to see the gift? What would they like? Not what I like. When I buy a gift, you have to sort of step into their perspective and see what's going to make them happy. Many times, this is a classic example. The husband really loves his wife and he wants to buy her a beautiful bracelet. And so, so he it's expensive, right? So he puts in hours of overtime and he, saves up. And then finally, he brings home this beautiful, expensive bracelet. And she says, "Thank you so much. It's so nice." And it fits her style. He was right on, spot on. But he sees that she's not so happy. Why is she not so happy? Because actually, in the last few months, while he's been putting in those extra time for the overtime to be able to afford this wonderful gift, he's been thinking of her all the time. The other day, she was going through something hard with her mother, with her, her friends, or at her work, and really what she needed was to have him around the house more, to spend more time with her. She would have appreciated that he didn't work the overtime and to get a less expensive bracelet if he would have just helped at home with the chores and with the kids a little more. Right? So he meant well. He wanted to give her the best gift that he can, and he used, he thought well in terms of her style. But to really see from the other's perspective what would really make them happy is what we're striving for, what the goal is. This exercise is seeing with others' eyes. Many times, you still want to express yourself. You want to give a gift. You want to be nice. I'm not telling you to stop that. Don't do that. That's the core of the essence of giving the gift, and that's beautiful. You're welcome. You're welcome to have a seat. Yeah, yeah. There are many more online, so it's fine. So this idea of being able to see with others' eyes, besides being the key to having a good relationship, it also makes you a good gift giver. So, pro tip for you for your next birthday, for your mom or whatever it is. Rav Menachem is right that sometimes the heartfelt note makes up for your, I've stopped trying to, in some ways, just cater to my wife's style. It's very hard, when you get to details like that. It's very personal. It's hard to know what is exactly the right style. But I think you get my drift. Now, I want to get even more specific. Speaking directly to most of our audience, the people here we're all part of a process of getting closer to Hashem. And really what we're here learning is because we want to get close to the other. And here I want to get to the page, the source that I gave out. There's something very dangerous, actually, for us Torah students. People who are really trying to ramp up our avodat Hashem, our worship of Hashem, because really that's the main thing that we come to yeshiva for, right? We want to. Some people are here just to learn Hebrew. Okay, some people just want to make aliyah and they need an easy place to stay. But most of us, I think, all of us really care about avodat Hashem. That's really. We're here. We recognize that Hashem is the true God, and we want to do what makes Him happy. And really, so we really care most about the capital O, the capital other. Very nice, all the stuff about the other, the significant other, and the small o. We have to care about what other people say, but we really don't care so much about the other people. We care about God. We want to do what's right in God's eyes. So first of all, I've been telling you that what's right in God's eyes is to have a relationship. And the way to build a relationship is to care about what a significant other thinks and understanding them and connecting with them. And so, first of all, that's one key. But sometimes, because we want to be so intense in our avodat Hashem, in our relationship with God, we can get sidetracked, and that's where the Piatzetzner Rebbe helps us out. If anybody doesn't have a page, there's more up here. The Piatzetzner Rebbe, you might have heard of him, Rabbi Klonim Kalman Shapira, from the town called Piatzetzna, Kadosh. He was killed in the Holocaust. He was a well-known Hasidic Rebbe and a teacher of fame. And he has a number of books which are designed for yeshiva students. People have not yet been exposed. I encourage you to pick up one of the volumes. One of the most, the volume with the deepest insights, I believe, is one which is full of small anecdotes and small little essays, which the Rebbe wrote at various points, almost like a personal diary of his, which then got published as direction for us in our spiritual growth and strivings. And it's here in Hebrew. I'm going to read, it's a poor translation, did the best I could. And I think it relates directly to the topic at hand. It is said in the name of the Baal Shem Tov of blessed memory, as I said, a chassid, of course, no better way than to start a piece of Torah than with quoting the Baal Shem Tov. But actually he's quoting a verse. Anochi omed ben Hashem uvenichem. I am standing between Hashem and you. Extra wafer and bamba for who can tell me who said this to who, and where does this pasuk come from? Anochi omed ben Hashem uvenichem. Oh, the rabbis need a wafer apparently, because they couldn't wait for the students to give the answer. But you're absolutely right. Of course, Moshe says. He's describing what happens at Mount Sinai. That Moshe, we read it just last week. Moshe was there on the mountain when Hashem came and gave us the Torah. But in true Hasidic fashion, was the Baal Shem Tov sort of? I'd say it's a creative a creative interpretation. He says as follows, that Anochi, you know how we say in Hebrew, egotism? It's a wonderful word. Anochiyut. Anochi means I. Anochiyut is I-ness, egotism. So he says, that's what the Torah is telling us. Anochi, egotism, is what stands between you and God. I'll let the Rebbe talk. That egotism that a man feels in himself, in that he cares about and chases only after his own needs, this is what stands and separates between Hashem and you. However, to nullify one's egotism is only possible through loving friends. Not when each man is for himself. That is hinted to by the phrase, I am standing for. When I stand alone, then the I comes between Hashem and you. That is to say, we thought that when a man intensely feels his self so much that all his senses are immersed in caring only for himself, this is some kind of internal strengthening, right? We want to grow, so I need to strengthen myself. And since the inner soul sees, here he's talking about the neshama, the inner soul, the high spiritual striving soul, sees how all men, that's what we started the class with, all different cultures and different attitudes, they really care only for themselves. She, the neshama, feels alone and lonely in the world. And who will care for her? Nobody. So she gives up. So she stands up for herself. She says, I'm not going to get help from somebody else. She strengthens herself, the neshama, to care for herself. And this is part of growing spiritually. You have to be strong. Many of you, I'm looking around the room, many of you came from a place where there were no other Jews. There's no other Jewish community. You had to be strong yourself. So you strengthen yourself and your soul. But what happens when you're caring for yourself so much, so intensely, little by little, develops and gets stronger within her a type of evil thorn, egotism. I am the one and only. So you want to be holy, you want to be spiritually strong, you're intense, and you're doing your devotions, and that usually is by yourself. For hours upon hours, people are davening. Davening is very solitary. You can be with the community for an hour, here and there. But your soul wants more, so you're going to say more Tehillim, or you're going to meditate. But it's all very lonely, and it's all very inward focused, says the Rebbe. This is a problem. The very spiritual striving to strengthen your neshama gives you the thorn. It creates something evil, which is going to stop you from being close to Hashem. So the Rebbe doesn't just raise the problem, but he gives us a solution. And a solution, he says, as follows. The advice is to minimize. Is there a page over here? Make sure that there's a text here. Thank you very much. Therefore, the advice is to minimize and banish the egotism from one's heart. But we don't want the anochiyut standing between me and God. I want to get close to God. How do we do that? So that one does not become distant from Hashem. That those who serve Hashem and purify their souls should gather together in friendly cohort to care for each other like for themselves. Everyone should know his friends' worries and also joys, and join in them with him. Even more so in the matters of worship, of the heart and mind. Thereby each one will see his soul not as lonely in the world, and it will be easier for him to uproot the egotism from his midst. So what the Rebbe is telling us is saying that sometimes if you want to meet the holy other with the capital O, the method in order to reach that, to get there, is to meet the other with a small O, to have a relationship, to learn how to be outside of yourself, not only thinking about yourself. It's almost like the method, Hashem gave us a training ground. The training ground for having a relationship is that if you want to have a relationship with God, you can't have anochiyut. You can't be an egotist. And the way to stop being an egotist is to have a relationship, to care for somebody else, to think about them, to listen to them, to appreciate them, to understand that there's another perspective. And having that relationship bridges that gap. I'll take it back to having a relationship, having a marriage. Usually, okay, I won't say usually. I say always. You marry somebody who's not yourself. It's not like yourself. And it's going to have different opinions and different attitudes. But what do you get married for? Aren't we taught that 40 days before a baby is born, the soul is, there's a voice in heaven calls out and says, this person is made for this one. Your bashert is made in heaven. When you come together, you're creating a unity. You were meant to be together. Really, you're one person. You're not two separate people. Absolutely. That unity has to be found. It has to be reached. The process of getting there, the process of creating this greater, deeper unity comes through, you start off in different places. You're different. She's different. He's different. You're all coming from a different perspective, and you have something to give to the relationship when you appreciate, when you give space, when you allow, and you're interested in hearing about what the other has to say, the small o, other, their significant other, that back and forth, that discussion, that relationship, which creates a unity which is much larger. Essentially, you're expanding yourself when you come outside of yourself by having a relationship with somebody else. One more source, and then I want to leave just a few minutes for questions if there are any. The last source on the page is it's actually a paraphrase of the Arizal, based on the Arizal's instructions in his Shara Kavanot. He says, and this is a paradoxical, it's really, I think, the clincher. He says, at what point in your day are you supposed to be loving God, feeling close to God, pouring out your heart to God? At what points in the day? Anybody? All day, of course. But perhaps there's always ups. If every time is special, so then no time is special. What time do we set aside to work on our relationship with God, to speak to God? Of course, in the tefillah. The tefillah is the time you're supposed to be as holy as possible. I know people who go to the mikvah before they daven every day. Paradoxically, what does the Arizal say? To prepare yourself, besides going to the mikvah, what do you have to do to get ready for prayers? You have it here on the bottom. He says, everybody should say and should direct their minds, I accept upon myself, not the mitzvah to love God. That would be obvious. I accept the mitzvah to fear God, to cling to God. What does he say? You're from Tzfat, Arizal's hometown. What does he say? And it appears in many Sidurim, in many Sephardic Sidurim especially. It says every morning, before beginning the tefillah, you should start and say, I accept upon myself the mitzvah of Ahavta l'reacha kamocha. And I hereby, and you take a moment to feel that love. And I hereby love each and every one of the children of Israel like myself. Kenafshi umaudi, I don't know how to translate that. With all my being. It's paradoxical. You want to get close to God now. What are you bringing me, my neighbor? Love your neighbor, right? What are you bringing me, all the Jewish people? That's going to take me out of my zone. I'm gearing up to be in the zone of being alone with God. The way to be alone with God, God wants to receive your prayers as a member of the nation of Israel. somebody who knows how to have a relationship with a small o, other. He knows how to have a relationship with the capital O, other. So seeing with others' eyes, my suggestion to you is that we should learn. Of course, we have to learn to inculcate the Torah's view on things, the Torah's perspective. But one of the Torah's perspective on getting close to Him, the Rebbe teaches us, if you really want to be close to Hashem, we have to have relationships. We have to be able to see the other in the relationships, not only our relationship with God, but our relationship with our significant others, whoever they are in our lives, our wives, our husbands, our brothers and sisters, our mothers and fathers, our children. All of those relationships are the best fertile training ground for actually having a close relationship with God. Bezrat Hashem, Hashem should bless each and every one of us. Those who need a shidduch should find one, the right one. Those who are in a relationship should get closer to their spouses and to their significant others. And ultimately, we should all be zoche to be close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Any questions? Comments? Complaints? Please. Jokes? Somebody has to be first, you know. There's something that's been bugging you the whole time. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you.
Sometimes the other person doesn't know exactly how to be careful.
Sure.
We wish we would know.
So hard. I totally hear what you're saying. Yeah. It's not easy. No, I definitely, this is very, a prescription. I gave it to you. Great. The hard part is to put it into real life. And in real life, it's very hard sometimes to know what the other one needs. Sometimes the other one that you want to care for themselves don't know what they need or how to express that to you. And it's a trick. You have to study. You have to learn. You have to, there are many ways to develop yourself so that you can share with the other your needs and your concerns and your attitudes. You have to learn how to talk and have good communication. And you have to also be learning how to listen, how to pick up the cues, even if the other one doesn't want to say or doesn't know how to say exactly what they need. It's a tricky business. It's not easy. It's not easy. By no means is it easy. But that's the job. That is the job of having a relationship, is to understand there's somebody else there with other needs and other attitudes, and you want to learn. I like to quote Rabbi Weinberg, not myself, Rabbi Noach Weinberg. And it's very hard, I think, throughout the ages, people have, of Esha Torah, right? People have tried to define what is love. Love, poets and artists from time immemorial have been trying to talk about love and describe love. I don't think anybody's got it yet. And Rabbi Weinberg, he gave an interesting answer. I don't know if it says it all, but it's something that was surprising to me, and I think it's very true. He says, you know what love is? The closest thing to a definition of love is curiosity. To be curious about your significant other. Because there's so much to them. More than meets the eye, for sure. At every stage, they're so different than you. Something new is going to come up. They're going to react in a way which you never would have expected, even though you know them for 30 years. Still, every person has so much in them. And the key of a good relationship is to always want to learn more, to see more through their eyes, to understand who they are and what they are. And that's the key to, I believe that's the key to having a good relationship, is to continue that path of discovery, of curiosity. And absolutely, it's not easy. It's but I do believe that it can be fun. It's definitely enriching. It can be infuriating. It can be difficult by all means. But ultimately, the end result of a healthy and a deep relationship that's the way I believe to get there. Bezrat Hashem, Hashem should help us in all of our relationships, as I said before. Okay, Kol Tuv.
You need a safer. You need a safer.
Questions and answers, or just
You
straight?
can.
All right, let's see how it goes.
Oh, can you call the others in back in? Shlomo Bloom.
Hello, Boone. Yes.
Talmud of Rav Kahana.
He's a kind of, yeah.
Tov, we'd like to begin our second shiur. Everyone is welcome to find their seats. Thank God. So I'd like to introduce you to our second lecturer, Rav Chaim Cohen. Rav Chaim Cohen was the former founding rabbi of the Young Israel of Century City in Los Angeles. Many years ago, Baruch Hashem, he came in Aliyah with his dear family. And he was a Rebbe here in Machon Meir for almost 20 years or more. And also the former director of the English department of Machon Meir. For many years, Rav Chaim has been teaching a Talmud class in the Shtiblach of the Old Katamon. And Rav Cohen has a lot of experience in counseling married couples as well as singles, and thank God with much success. And we appreciate the Rav's return just a few years ago, coming back and studying with students and counseling students. And today's subject, the Rav is going to be talking about the more practical side of dating and marriage decision making. So, bevakasha, Rav Chaim Cohen.
Even got applause, my God. Okay, I wasn't sure exactly who my audience was, but now I see who my audience is. And hopefully what I'm going to share with you is information that I developed over the years with all the years of counseling and working with students. And that was part of my class. I had a class here for like 25 years in Foundations of Judaism. And one part of it was 3 pillars of Judaism, right? 3 pillars are kashrut, Shabbat, and Taharat HaMishpacha, family purity. So when you're talking about family purity, what I try to do is also present information on what's the proper conduct you're supposed to have. Probably some of you aren't even sure what are the norms of dating as a religious man, as opposed to your previous life when you had other experiences with involvement with women. So I'm going to address some of those things, and I thought I'd tell. There's a lot of funny stories that go along with my experiences, which I will makes the lecture more interesting. One time, Rav Lissman might even remember this. He gave me a student, and he says, "Rav, you got to help this guy. He can't get past his first date." And he keeps going on getting arranged to meet different women, and you got to help him. So I met with him, and I said to him, "Listen, when you go on the next date, remember feelings, feelings, feelings." Because I'm going to talk about this later also. You may or may not be familiar with the book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, which was written by a non-Jew named John Gray, but it's found in a lot of Jewish bookstores because the advice is so good. Men have to be in touch with women's feelings. Women have to study. So I said, when you go on the next date, make sure anything that you can find that has to do with feelings to show that you're a sensitive guy, you got to do that. So he goes on the date, and he comes back to report to me. I said, how did the date go? He goes, well, I'm not sure. I said, did the young lady say anything that showed feelings that you could respond to that? And he says, yeah, come to think of it, she told me that she has difficulty getting along with her sister. I said, that's great. So how did you react? That was the perfect chance to show that you're an understanding guy. He says, I changed the subject and said, let's go eat. I said, no, that's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. But thank God that, I don't know if Rav Lissman knows who I'm talking about, but he's a married man today with several children, and so he got it right eventually. And I think he had a daughter that had a bat mitzvah recently, so hopefully it works. Now, what I like to do, being somewhat, I'm kind of like a Musser man, and I like the books of Musser, so I want to incorporate in my talk things that are important to know that teach discipline. Another name for Musser is discipline. And there's certain things that are the beginning things about a date. Now I'm going to talk, first of all, there's the idea that you, the guy who's trying to find a spouse, a mate, has to prepare yourself. You have to, that was another funny story too. I said, when you go on a date, you have to show that you've really thought this thing through, and you're gonna show this woman that if she's married to you, you got it all worked out, you got your parnasa worked out, you have an idea where you want to live and what a good husband you're going to be, and how caring and considerate, and you're going to take care of her. I said that, that was something I always emphasized. We'll talk maybe a little bit about that more later. So I asked him, well, how did your date go? He goes, well, it was pretty good until she asked me how I would support her. And I hadn't really thought about that one. So she said, well, if we get married, how are you going to support me? He says, I don't know, maybe I could do a little gardening. That was his answer. Maybe I could do a little gardening. And that was his response. So I have 3 points that what I used to say, that there were 3 points, and I added on the 3rd point, I'd added a 4th. And I would say that these are points that when you go out and meet a potential mate, that if these 3 traits are there or not there, some are good traits, some are not, then these are what I would call deal breakers. That if you don't have these things in common, then it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And after I would talk about this every year, about these points that I'm going to present to you, I added to it. I said, you know what? It's not just a potential wife that needs to have these traits. This should be applicable to your friend. Anyone that you choose to be someone that you associate with should also have these qualities or not have these qualities, okay? And so that's very important, because the assumption is that we are all on a mission. We want to get closer to Hashem. We want to do what's right, and our time is very valuable. We don't have time for nonsense. We want to be able to achieve what we want to achieve. And sometimes if we don't associate with the right people, then they could bring us down. So the first thing that I tell my students when they go on their date, check out to see if the potential person you're dating has an appreciation for Torah. That's like a key. And I said, how do you try it out? Well, you say, oh, I went to a great shiur today of Rav Lisman, for example, and Rav Lisman had this great shiur, and I want to share it with you, and or any of the other rabbis here, and they're not interested. And you see, there's no interest in Torah. And Torah must be the foundation of the home. And if you see it from the start, that there's a lack of interest or appreciation for learning, then it's not going to go. These are like, what you say, or a red light, a warning, danger, it's not going to work with this person. That was one point, the appreciation of Torah. The second point is you say, because the question always is, what do I talk about? What do I talk about on my first date? What do I talk about on my first date? So if any of you are ever in my class, I tell my family, my kids know this too. They tell me that this is the joke that I've told more than any other joke, but it's a shidduch joke. So it's a great joke also, because a lot of times people say they're not sure what to do when they go on a date. What do I talk about? I don't want to get too personal, but on the other hand, you really want to get to know the other person, right? So this guy was really nervous, and he said, what do I talk about? And they just said, just remember, family, food, philosophy, there'll always be conversation. So he meets like they meet in a hotel lobby, and he's going, family, food, philosophy, family, food, philosophy. So he asks the girl, he says, okay, I'll try family. He says, do you have a brother? And she says, no, I only have sisters. Silence. He used up family. And he goes, well, let's try food. He says, do you like cholent? And she says, well, I could take it or leave it. A good cholent is nice. Silence. So he gets to philosophy. And he says, if you had a brother, do you think he would like cholent? So you can laugh, but on the other hand, you have to know what you can talk about and what's appropriate to talk about, what is not appropriate to talk about. So it is appropriate from the first chime that you meet another person to say, Torah is important to me. I want Torah to be a major part of my life throughout my life. That's extremely important to me. That's one. The second thing is what I call avodat nefesh. And a basic point of what we learn is that every person, every minute of his life, has to work on himself and try to improve himself. We only heard about this at the end when Rav Kleiman passed away, but I heard about it of only two people. One was Rav Kleiman, who lived to 84, and there was another person. When I told the story to him, he said, my father still does it, and he's 96. What are we talking about? He would carry a little pinkas in his pocket, a little booklet, and he would be self-checking himself at all times. And he said, if I got angry, he'd write himself a note. If I did something that I wasted time, and he would put it. So he's constantly working on himself every moment of his life. So it's not just, it's your midot and how you treat people. Did I get angry? Did I get upset? Was I rude to somebody? But the fact is that we want to see what we can do to get closer and closer to Hashem. So that could be a point which is general enough, but gives you a chance to see what the response is on the other side. So you would say, it's extremely important to me that I know that I'm working on myself. And the understanding is that when you're married, you have a better chance of reaching goals that you couldn't reach when you were single. So the idea of how a couple complement each other and they help each other reach higher is very, very important to me. And I've said this numerous times, and then they come back and the girl will say, I'm not into that. Like what you see is what you get. That's a warning sign. That's a warning sign, because these are things that you cannot play around with. These are things that are extremely important, because you have to know that this is something that's non-negotiable in your home. The third point, and I added a second point to the third point, is look for the issue of jealousy. And what I added to it as a result of, maybe this younger generation is the generation of entitlement. Entitlement, we would say in Hebrew, magia li, magia li, magia li. I have this coming to me. And so the way that I used to explain it was that when you meet somebody, and again, this isn't necessarily applicable to a potential date. It's the person that you want to have in your life. You can only have so many people in your life that you want to call your friend. And those people should have these traits as well. And if you see traits of jealousy, then you have to run, or you'll see comments. That she said, "Oh, I'm so jealous of this person. I'm so jealous of that person," or you'll see comments that the person is not really at peace with what they have. And I was learning recently in Mesilat Yesharim, where it discusses just what a destructive midah that is to be jealous, and it's destructive to be around jealous people, because what they're doing to themselves is they're depriving themselves of ever being happy in their lives. You cannot be happy when you're jealous. What does it mean, jealous? You feel you got a bad deal. Somebody has it better than you. And you're always looking at the other person. Or sometimes you obsess about another person. And why does he have, and I'm smarter, and I'm better? And, we say Chacham, Gibor, and Ashir, right? Those are the three. We talk about someone who's wise, so maybe there's always going to be someone wiser. There's always going to be someone wealthier. There's always going to be somebody who's more of a gibor. There's always going to be somebody who's stronger. But there's always also going to be someone who's not as strong, not as wise, not as rich. And the moment a person learns how to appreciate what he has in life, that's when he's on the road to happiness. And if you're going to live with somebody who is that way, always negative and bitter and feeling that they've gotten a bad deal in life, and hopefully this isn't you. And the proof of it is look where we're sitting right now. I always say this too. How is it possible, I just said it to one of our students on Monday, that there's 15 million Jews in the world, and somehow all of you are sitting in Yeshiva in Yerushalayim? How did that happen? I mean, that's pretty fortunate. And so we're supposed to appreciate that. That's enough of a reason to be jumping for joy, right? But when you start to get bitter and you start to feel sorry for yourself, and that's you have to work on it too. We all have to work on that midah. It's a terrible, terrible midah, and we don't realize and I say run. We had a student who told me that he was a collector of art, and he invited someone to his house. And most people don't know anything about art, especially, we don't have some guys are cultured in our group. I wouldn't say we don't have cultured students. But one student invited to his house, and he looked at the piece of art and he goes, "Oh my God, that's an original, whatever the artist was." And then he looks at it and he goes, "If you own that piece of art, you must be really rich." And it made him so uncomfortable. And he told me about it because I said, how do I deal with that guy? I said, never invite him to your house again. That was my answer to him, because I said, if he's already looking at you and he's counting your money and he's looking at what you have and he's thinking, well, you have, why does he have and why do I not have? You don't need to let people like that in your life. You can always be polite and everything else, but you have to be very, very careful who you let in, and you have to be very, very strong at working on that point. The Orchot Tzadikim, the four big Musar books that we're supposed to learn that's going to really keep us going. Mesilat Yesharim, Orchot Tzadikim, Shari Tshuva, Chovat Halavavot. So in Orchot Tzadikim, there's a part in Orchot Tzadikim that says that any money that comes into your hand, even if you got it from a relative, your parents or your brother, someone gave you money, it's not from them. Everything is from Hashem. And you don't deserve anything. That's the correct attitude. And that way, everything that you have, you will appreciate. And so this is an extremely, extremely important point. And if all you do is walk away from today's talk being stronger in this area, you've learned something that will benefit you for your whole life, because this is what really, really destroys people. All right, so you want to look at that and then say, oh, and you're talking to somebody, oh, it isn't fair that my brother has this or this one has this and I don't have this, and feeling sorry. That's a warning. Okay, so that's the dating tips. The dating tips are: you need to be around, or your friend, someone who appreciates Torah, someone who's working on their avodat nefesh, trying to become better and better, and has overcome jealousy, and the person you're with is modest and appreciates everything that you do, etc. So that would be that point, and there isn't this sense of entitlement. which is a very, very ugly trait. Okay, and also you have to start thinking. You know, I've always talked about this for years, and you know who told me that? He said he remembered it. Our friend from Kenya, Ben Sion. I tell students all the time, and he came to me later and he said, "It's so true." I said, "See that dream? The dream is to work on yourself, that you're strong enough, that you have a parnasa and a direction, and you understand how you're going to take care of another person, and you marry her, and you have children, and then you have Shabbos. And then what is Shabbos? You have, you know, your wife at your side, your children, and the children look at you like, Abba, you know, like you're the greatest thing in the world." I said, it doesn't get much better than that. And people that look for things that are much higher, you know, they're not happy. They're busy building their empires. You know, I come from Los Angeles, and that was what I had. I remember asked some guy for stucco. He said we were building a shul at the time, which thank God I left. I can't give you money because I'm building my empire. That guy didn't make it to 60. He died of some crazy illness. But all this, you know, craziness of we have to get rid of. All right. So that's how you have to present yourselves in a way that everything is well thought out, and you see yourself as somebody that understands what it means to really provide for a woman, and you know that you're going to take care of her, and she's going to, and you make it clear what your dream is, and she will feel, hopefully, that's my dream too, and the two of you will be able to reach that goal together. All right. Then when you get to the next point, and that would be the engagement stage, I also have here 3 points that I tell couples that they need to be careful about, with the possible 4th point. All right. I'll tell you the 4th point first. The 4th point is related to what I said before, and that is look around you to see who are the potential troublemakers. Now you've gotten engaged now, and the first thing I always tell people is you're going to be surprised, because people who you thought should really be happy for you are not, and it might even be a sister, it might be a brother, and they're not happy for you. That's also a warning to be careful, and so you have to see. And we had students before, and I said to one student, I said, you got to be careful with that mother-in-law. Someone said that to me, and I didn't listen, and I'm regretting. I live to regret it too. But he said, you have to be careful with that mother-in-law. He says, because she's overstepping her bounds. I could see it already. He goes, no, she means well. I said, you listen to me. What couples need to learn how to do is set boundaries. You know, like even the pressure. You're going to come to me for Shabbos. You're going to come to me the next Shabbos. You're building something so special and so holy. You can't let anybody in that's going to take away from this special bond that you're trying to build between you and your wife. So again, you don't have to be rude, but you have to figure out who, if you let into your life, is going to make your life stronger. Who is going to increase the chance for you to succeed. My friend Rabbi Soloveitchik, surprisingly, Rabbi Yosef always says he's seen so many instances where the parents of the children destroy their marriage. I've seen it too. And so the children have to be strong in the beginning. We love you and everything else, but you got to give us our space. You know, there was an old joke with there was a Jewish comedian named Milton Berle. He said, "Happiness is a warm, loving family in another city," and that was his line. Because just because it's family, you got to see if they're family that are going to be helpful or not. And then you have to be strong, because the people can be very pushy. So that's the other point. But the point, that the transition of engagement and marriage, the first thing that I tell people is what I call best advice ever. Best advice ever. And this advice I was given in the yeshiva in Chicago by Rabbi Starr, who taught there for like 60 years. He taught Rav Kleiman too. And when I announced that I was engaged, he used to call me Cohen. And my brother was in the yeshiva also, and his name was Cohen's brother. They were old Slobodka people, so he wasn't so good with names. And he says, "Cohen, so you're engaged?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Are you sure you're engaged?" I said, "Yeah." "So is this the girl you want to marry?" I said, "Yeah." And he's like interrogating me like a lawyer. And then finally he gets very serious, and he says to me, "Then that's the only woman for you." and you're going to do everything in your power to make that relationship work, and you're not going to walk away, even though there might be difficulties. You trust her, you love her, you want to make a life with her, you're going to stick with her. And it isn't necessarily going to be easy. And even when we've had students over the years who did have problems and ultimately did get divorced, I would tell all the students, you have to look at yourself in the mirror, especially when they had children, to know that you did everything possible to make that relationship work. And if you can honestly answer that you couldn't anymore, then you walk away. But not until that point. So we had a student, so listen, probably, I don't know if you'll know this one. We had a student from Cleveland who married an Ethiopian girl. And I tell this to all the Chatanim that I teach, this piece of advice. I see him 4 years later at the Kotel, and he goes, "Hey, Rav Cohen, best advice ever." Because he thought, everything was going to be smooth sailing, but it was two different cultures. And it required much more work than he had imagined. That's why a lot of people say it's best to marry someone who has a similar background as you, because it's hard enough to stay married. But that was such an important bit of advice, because today people get divorced so easily, and I don't need this stuff, and they walk away. So that's the first thing. Once you make the decision, then this is a decision that you stick with. Second point is that you should be discussing at the time that you're engaged that you are on the same page in halachic matters. This is another bad story. I don't think you'll know who this student is, but these are all former students in Machon Meir, where this guy gets engaged, and he tells me that that the woman he's engaged to made him promise that he's going to learn 4 nights a week for 3 hours every night. And I said, how can she make you do that? Maybe you're going to work at night. Maybe you're going to. I said, that's kind of a ridiculous request. I said, it's nice that she wants to make you learn, but how can she make such a demand of you? So you know what the student said? He says, but she makes me smile. So I said to him, you marry her, you're not going to be smiling very long. They got divorced. The woman was unrealistic in her demands. And sometimes we have a little more experience. So I saw the warning signal that maybe they could have negotiated something or worked something out in a little bit of a different way, and they could have made it work. And so there are issues. Of even things like, it still makes me so upset to think about it. I had fixed up a student with a beautiful Persian girl, and he is American, and he was, sweeping her off her feet and everything, and it was ready to get engaged. And then he found out that she didn't fast on a Sarah B'Tevet, or on a minor fast. And because of that, he broke up with her. And I said, why? And he says, and not only that, she wants a television. And I knew the family very well. In fact, she has a sister-in-law who works in the office here. I don't know if I'm giving hints, but anyways, she said, I like to watch the news at night. I'm not interested in seeing shows that are. And I said to him, that's not a deal breaker. And recently I was at a wedding of a family member of hers, and I'm seeing her sitting there. She married a Shabbat guy, someone in Israel Secret Service, and she has a family of 4 kids. And the American guy is still single, and he's now well in his 50s. So sometimes, you want to be strong in halachic issues, but you need to take advice, because sometimes you might be too extreme. But on the other hand, there's issues of kashrut that you should be discussing these things before you get married, to make sure that there aren't going to be any disagreements later. Even sometimes we had a situation that one of our students was asked, if we were to get married, what kind of school would you send our kids to? And he said, I don't know. I'm not even engaged. At the time, I'll look into it. And she said, you're going on shidduch dates, you want to get married, and you don't know what school you're sending your kids to? And then he said, what does she want from my life? That was a little too extreme. But on the other hand, if there are things that are very important to one of the other people, that's got to be mentioned. Even, like I said, the kashrut hashgacha that you're going to follow. You want to be able to see that you're on the same page in halachic matters. That's point number 2. So the first point, once you're engaged, is the determination to make the relationship work. The second point is that you're on the same page in halachic matter. The third point, especially for Baalei Tshuva, is being able to make the transition of viewing intimacy as holiness. And for a lot of couples, that's a very difficult thing, especially if they were sexually active before they became religious. And it's a very difficult transition because they're doing something now, which is a mitzvah. And not only is it a mitzvah, when I had my connection with Rav Shlomo Man, he used to say that there's potentially 4 mitzvot when you have relations with your wife. 4 mitzvot. One is pru'ervu, one is to have children, that's why you get married. Second one is the mitzvah of ona, the ona that you give her time. And I add to ona is the idea of the sensitivity that a husband is supposed to have for his wife. It's not just that you need to please her sexually, but you have to have a sensitivity that she needs attention. Ona means attention, but if you see that she's down, you see that something's bothering her, you drop everything because you want to be there for her, and that's how you develop a bond between her, that you understand her, that you get her. So the other 2 mitzvot that he says is v'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, because according to the Ari, I think he says re'im is wife. When it says v'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, like you say, sameach kisamach re'im alvim in the Sheva brachot. So you're showing love for another Jew when you show love for your wife. And he also says it's even avat Hashem. You're showing love for God by showing love to one of Hashem's creations. So what you're supposed to be able to have the mindset is that what you may have done in the past was low-level tuma, because it was absolutely wrong and against the Torah. But what you're doing now is high-level kedusha. And sometimes I'll say to a student, I said, could you imagine that you're with your wife in a moment of intimacy and you're holding her and you say to her, Hashem is with us right now. And most of them say, I can't do that. But hopefully one day you could. Is because the bond is so important, and it's a way of connecting with Hashem. So for a lot of people, it's difficult for them to make the transition from what they learned and all that nonsense that's out there on the street. You know, one of the things I say, I don't know, when a new student comes, I'll say to them, okay, you're 18 years old, you're 22 years old, whatever it is. I said, you have sex, pornography, alcohol, and drugs readily available. Which of those things have you partaken of? And some students lie and say none of them. And most people admit it because it's readily available. But it's cheap. It doesn't mean anything. And now you're trying to live your life as a Torah Jew. And so sometimes it's very difficult to make that transition. So maybe it means learning more things about it and having an understanding of that. You know that there was all right, well, we're still talking about engagement. So my 3 points on engagement was the determination to make things work. Second thing was being on the same page in halachic matters. And the third thing was the importance of viewing intimacy as holiness. All right, and that's what I would tell a couple before they're getting married, that's what they need to work on. Okay, so now we've gone really far, and since we started, we've gone past the dating, we're past the engagement stage, and now you're married and you want to stay married. All right, so what do you do for that? How does that happen? Okay, so one of the things Rabbi Tursky wrote in one of his books was, what's the biggest reason for divorce? And he said the answer is that people get married because one person has, he says, you got something I want and you've got something I want, and when that something isn't there anymore, then they grow apart. And he says the difference of a Jewish marriage is the shared goals. That you're getting married, that's what I'm saying. You're getting married, you want your Shabbos, you want to educate your children, you want them to love Eretz Yisrael, you want them to love Torah. So you have the goals is what keeps you bonded. And so you have to not forget those goals. So one of the ways to do it is communication. And so one of the early tips, and even someone, it's married as long as I have, almost 49 years, we need help. We need help. And there's no shame in getting help. And that's something which a lot of people think that maybe they're a failure. And then when they ask for help, it's too late. And sometimes a couple will come to me and one of them will say, I just don't feel anything anymore. I have no desire to try. And then it's too late. But as long as there's a desire or you're feeling that you're missing the communication, then there's something to work with. But don't wait. And I also tell couples that it's a good idea right from the start to have someone that you both like, whether it's a rabbanit or a counselor or a rabbi, somebody that right from the beginning you say, instead of butting heads, I feel this way, I feel this way, you agree from the beginning. We have our rav, we have our rabbanit, we have a person we go to. So we're not. What's the point of arguing? Well, you'll express your opinion, I'll express my opinion, and that way you'll be able to figure that out. Another thing that I was told about marriage is there's an interesting word in Hebrew called tishukah. You know the word tishukah? Tishukah means passion. So once the question was asked, why is it that a couple has to be separated for a minimum of 12 days in Hilchot Nida? And because the Oraita it really could only be 7 days. So why do the rabbis add another 5 days? So the answer that I was given was that they wanted to increase tishukah. So there would be more anticipation of when the couple is reunited again, and it adds a great deal to the marriage. So back again, a long time ago, one of the rabbis said, make sure that you tell your wife that you have two passions. One is her, and one is Torah. And just like you have to give her time, and to make sure she knows that she's the most important person in your life, but Torah is also important. And it's also helpful because if you're feeling passionate, let's say, towards your wife, and maybe she's not available, then you just redirect the passion. And that's what the basis of your life is supposed to be. So that's another good piece of advice. It's interesting because we've been using the book of Kitzur Darchei Tahara for our Chatanim, right, for many years, as the guidebook for it was written by Rav Mordechai Eliyahu, and Rav Mordechai Eliyahu used to come here often when he was living, and it was interesting that when he wrote his book, he would give musar to the Chatanim, and he would say to them, don't stay in the learning all the time, and you got to give time for your wife. That's also important. That's the mitzvah of Ona. Before that, there was a little book written by Rabbi Norman Lamb called Hedge of Roses. And in that book, he was trying to convince people to keep the laws of Taharat HaMishpacha, family purity, because he's saying it's so worthwhile because of the honeymoon and because of the reunion. And Sir Mordechai Eliyahu is saying how people change and that they have to be reminded, hey, you have a wife that you need to take care of, and don't leave that out too. So communication, that's another issue. You must have good communication. And sometimes what happens even to the happiest couples that get along very well, if things get hectic and there's a lot going on, say God forbid someone is not well in the family, and then the couple doesn't have time at all for themselves, they can grow apart. And they have to not let that happen. And then they misunderstand each other, and then there starts to become tension. So a good idea might be that you have a designated time that you go out for a walk, or that you spend your time together, because the relationship doesn't go on inertia. The relationship has to be treated in a way that it's going to be able to continue to grow at all times. And it's true for someone who's newlywed, and it's true for somebody who's married a long time. You have to have the time for each other, and you have to communicate. And that leads me to the men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and the reason why that's become a proof, so to speak, in yeshivot, is the basic point of the basic difference. Because if a couple comes to me and they're having problems, then I can pretty much guess 90% chance I know the problem before it came. I'm feeling alone. He doesn't understand me. He doesn't get me, and I just feel like that he's not my partner. I hear this many times. And what does he say? I work so hard to please her, but she doesn't ever say a good word to me. Okay? So that's the whole essence of the book. Women want their feelings understood. Men want solutions to a problem, and men want validation. And what I'll tell women a lot of times is, with all due respect to the men are dense. Men are not that bright in a lot of ways, because women expect men to understand things. And I'll say, you know, assume we're dumb and just spell it out. Tell us what you need. If you make it clear what you need, we'll do it. But we're not mind readers. Or what you think is so obvious to us, it's not. And that's just the difference. So I also try to encourage the women, if you see your husband is trying very hard, you know, to make things work, give him a little encouragement, show appreciation. Men want to see that appreciation. There's one part in that book, and I shouldn't talk that much about it, but he said that his sister called him, the author, and she spoke for 10 minutes, and he said nothing but, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. And after 10 minutes, she said to him, I'm so happy I called you. You're so understanding. That was what she said to him. And men need to learn how to be understanding. And you know, like a woman has a hard day, and she says, you know, I missed my bus, and I did this and that, and I had the most terrible day ever. What a man should not say is, well, maybe tomorrow you should take a different bus, or maybe, you know, you got to do something. What you should be understanding. You say, I feel so bad that it was so difficult for you, and that's how you create a bit more of a bond. All right, another thing, well, Rev Listman just gave me an assignment recently where I tell the guy, if your wife asks you to do something, do it right away. And you have to be trained. You see a bag of garbage, you don't let it sit, you take it out immediately. Your wife asks you to do something, you do it right away. And that's also, because what is that? Even though it might be such a petty thing, you'll say, okay, go wait till tomorrow, what's the big deal? The point is that it shows her that she matters, that she's important. And you need to always be showing her that she's the most important one. And that's the essence of how a Jewish husband is supposed to act. He's supposed to put his wife before him and not keep score. And this isn't fair. I do this and I'm not getting this back. Forget about that. Just be happy that you're giving. And if you give in the right way, you'll get it back. And that's why another thing you should never do is argue when you're angry. Because if you argue when you're angry, it never works out well. The best thing is to keep quiet, and if you feel that your wife spoke to you not nice, because that was another thing that I learned over the years, that women use words differently than men, and instead of trying to respond and defend yourself, just wait till things calm down, and a few days later, when things are calm, then you say, "Can I talk to you about? Remember this happened a few days ago, and you said this and that. I don't think this is the way we really want to speak to each other. We want to speak to each other with respect, with dignity." And so that also is important, and so that's and the last thing I would say, because I think my time is up, is the importance of vatranut, levater. You know what that word is? How do you say levater in English? To give in, and you don't have to feel that if you you do something extra nice, and you're saying, well, I'm being nicer to her than she's being to me. So what? So what? You should be happy that you found somebody that married you. You should be grateful for her and treat her with always treat with respect. Never use profanity in your house, and always show that's the tone that you want to set for your home. So those are some ideas about marriage. So what I tried to cover was my title, which was some points about dating, some points about engagement, and some points about marriage. And trust me, what everything I said works. Thank you. Yeah.
You said about like councillors not knowing each other, so that means marrying someone from Israel, it doesn't work.
Not necessarily. It means that you need to see the potential differences from the start. In other words, you might feel, oh, we're in love and everything, and we love each other, but then the practical comes in just because of cultural things. You know, you're used to doing something like we had a student who married a woman from B'nai Menashe, and from what I understood in that culture, and I think he was from New York, so New Yorkers are loud. You know, they always talk loud, and they're very loud. And in her culture, you never raise your voice. So if you raise your voice, that's considered like terrible, and that would really, really upset her. And it was a cultural thing. If she would have been from New York, then she would have been used to it. Yeah, you know. you know, I get it, you know.
Not so much Ethiopian, so parents are Ethiopian.
Right.
A lot of girls have been born here.
Yeah. So they're fine. It works out. But I mean, the point is that yeah, is to try to be able to see the potential issues before they happen, and that you have to you know, look out for them, and then hopefully you'll be ready for them when they come. And you know, that's why I also say that sometimes you might see a very radical reaction to something, and you'll say, I don't understand why you know, my spouse is reacting that way, and instead of saying, uh-oh, he or she is crazy, you know, it's you step back and you say, let me try to understand them. Like, what happened that struck? It must have been that it struck some very sensitive chord from something that happened in the past, and if you can help her realize it, you know, again, when you're calm and you say, you know, you really reacted that way, like what happened, and then you try to figure it out together, and then if you can, then you create a much stronger bond, because these become obstacles. You know, it's complicated. Maybe, you know, it's an old boyfriend, maybe it's relationship with your father, you know, so many things could set it off. And you may not even be aware of it yourself until you get married. And that's why I said before, you have to feel there's someone you could talk to and not hold things in. That's very, very important. All right. Thank you.
If everyone can please find their seats, we want to begin. We appreciated Martyr of Chaim Cohen for his wonderful lecture. Very, very practical side with a lot of tips and advice, all from the spectrum of Torah. Our next lecture, our third lecture today in today's seminar, a familiar Rav to most of you, lecturer in Machon Meir for many years, not only in our department, but of course, as well as in the Israeli department and the Russian department. Rabbi Reuven Fireman is the author of several books, also translated to English as well. Rav Fireman holds a PhD degree in the sociology of science and has taught many years the subjects of philosophy and the Jewish home. Today's lecture will be on the subject, how to manage conflicts in the family. Rav Fireman, bevakasha, welcome.
תודה רבה. טוב, שלום וברכה. Our topic today is how to resolve conflicts in the family.
And when Rabbi Listman asked me to talk in this lecture, I thought that he is joking, because my English it's not my native language, and I hardly can talk in מחלקה אנגלית, in English department in Machon Meir, but to talk in such a important audience like you, though that most of you from English department, but still, it's like it was already for me. I thought he's joking, but even so, I decided that I'll talk, because no, today is Chodesh Adar, and maybe it will make you funny a little bit that I make mistakes in English. So you will, will make Simcha. נכנס אדר מרבים בשמחה. Okay. What is the most important thing in life? Everybody knows. It's Torah. It's written. ותלמוד תורה כנגד כולם. There are a lot of good things in the world, but the most important thing that exists, it's a Torah. But when we'll ask, what's the most important thing in Torah? Then we'll have several opinions, and one of them, it's opinion of Rabbi Akiva, that he says that most important thing in Torah, it's love. Love your neighbor. ואהבת לרעך כמוך. It means that if Torah, the most important thing in life, so what's the most important thing in Torah? It's love your neighbor. This is the most important thing in the world, your marriage, because real love you can commit only with your wife and husband. So what is Jewish marriage? Jewish marriage is divine revelation. And that's why it requests from each of us self-destruction. Why? Because you feel yourself, you are complete, you are good, but you have to be connected to somebody else. So if you are complete, how you will connect to someone? So you have to break your ego, and to learn how to manage with somebody else. And it's a very, very difficult thing to do. About 25 years I have experience in family counseling. I saw thousands couples that have problem in their marriage, and I tell you that in order to convince you that things that I'll tell you soon now, it's difficult to accept. It's difficult to believe that I'm, as I say, true things. So there are a few rules that I want to suggest you, that you'll lead by those rules, and that will help to solve a lot of conflicts in a family. Now, I call to those rules of family hygiene. Like we have personal, private hygiene, we have to have family hygiene. But it's difficult to fulfill them. First rule, it calls the root of any conflict in marriage, it's never the topic of the conflict. Again, root of conflicts, never topic of conflict. Your topic of conflict, you talk about money, that she spent too much money, or he doesn't earn enough money, or you talk about dishes, it's your turn, it's my turn. You talk about all kind of external thing, but it's not root of the conflict. Root, it's always something else. It's never the topic itself. What's the usually? Of course, there are a lot of roots, but one of the main roots, they happen a lot. It's, I will say it, a contempt and domination. A lot of time, one of spouse, they try to dominate or to control his wife or his husband, her husband, to control, to manage, to direct. It's domination. And we have desire. Sometimes people have desire to control someone else. And the reaction of this control, it's contempt. It's the way how you save yourself, how you defend on yourself from domination. Or sometimes it's opposite. Because of contemption, your partner need to control you in order not to be little. And that's why they have those two problems, two main things. And that's why it's my first advice. Instead of fighting over bill that she pay on she didn't pay, or recept, or he checked her things that she buy, all kind of things about that. Think about the root of the problem. Ask yourself, maybe I contempt my husband? Maybe that's what I'm doing really, and that's why I prefer that he will do something, this and that, or I don't want to do something. Or maybe I control too much my wife. That's what you have to ask yourself. And a lot of time, when you find the root of the problem, you know how to solve it. Not to talk about take care about car or all kind of other things, laundry, or no. Let's talk about real problem. And that is my first advice. Second advice. In order to explain this advice, I have to describe you some situation that that can happen in reality. Imagine yourself that you go in the street and somebody comes up to you and hits him. Yeah? Someone go on the street and somebody comes and hits him. Who is guilty in this situation? We know, of course, the guy that hits. He is guilty. How many percent he guilty? 100%, of course. It's simple. But if it happened the next day also, the same place, the same time, the same guy, he came and hit. Who is guilty? again, the guy that hit, he's guilty. Yes, obviously. But if it happened in 7 days, 9 days, the same situation, the same place, the same hour, the same guy. So in this situation, I would say that it's not 100%. How much? 50-50, of course. Why? Because if you don't want be hit, you can go in different way. You can invite a cab and go by taxi, or you can call to police, or to hire some bodyguard, or at least buy Hamlet. How say it? Hamlet in a motorcycle. At least something. Do something. But you don't do something. So if you don't do anything, it means that you looking for this hit. You desire, you want this. And that is second rule in conflict management, how to manage conflicts in family. The rule said like this: if it's your life, your situation, you can do everything that you want. You're not forced to be there. You choose to be there. And you can finish it in any moment, but you still continue to be there in this situation. So you are responsible in this situation in 50%, not 49, 50. It doesn't make a difference that he is more active or he start, or you are just victim and you are poor, what you can do, and no. You are responsible on your conflict 50%. And it's a very common, very often happen this mistake. People, instead of solve the problem, they spend a lot of time, a lot of energy to argue with each other. Couple, yeah, they like a wife and husband. They argue and with each other. What the argument? Who start first? But you first. You said that me. Hey, I said. But what it was 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, it was a long time, yes, but if you count 2 weeks, what you say about a month and a half, and they start, who start first? It's one topic, and second is who is guilty. I'm right and you are wrong, and they spend a lot of time and a lot of energy to discover who is guilty. And I can promise you that there is no such a thing. In open situation, that you can go every moment that you want, and you can finish this situation, and you still live with this husband or with this wife, and you continue be with connection with her. There is no such a thing guilty. Maybe in this, especially in this particular time, he did something wrong or she did something wrong. Yes, maybe. But your connection is a continuation. It started many years ago, so a lot of things happen in the meantime. So the special situation in this moment, maybe she did something wrong, maybe, but that it's not real picture of this argument, of this conflict. It's just part. It's like a part of picture. And when you see just part of this picture, it's never true picture. It's never reality. And there is a very famous psychologist in America. He was a student of Alfred Adler. that Alfred Adler, he was student of Freud. And this psychologist, his name Rudolf Dreikurs. He's he very fundament of all psychology and couple counseling today in America. And he has a book that calls Marriage is Challenge. And in this book, he explained that that it doesn't make a difference who start first or who was more active or who was more aggressive. It's not. It doesn't make a difference. I took. I have this book in Hebrew, so I translated to English. Though that he wrote it in English, but I didn't find this book in English. So I'll read you my translation of this book from Hebrew to English. But no event that affects the relationship, whether for good or for bad, cannot be attributed to only one side. Each of the two sides contributes their part to the game. And it doesn't matter how active one side seems and the other is passive. The torturer is not more cruel than victim of violence, who allows the torture to continue. Tyranny in married life cannot exist without tolerant submission. Courage and self-respect always stop it. So in this situation, we understand that each of one in couple, they should ask themselves, what is my dough in our conflict? What is my part? How I can contribute to our miserability? Why we have so bad connection? And don't let yourself think immediately, automatically about your spouse. This is great mistake, because this is our instinct. It's like a first thing that we are doing. We have problem. Why we have problem? Because he's not a man. He's not a person. He doesn't know how to behave with in Jewish family, or he doesn't play with children even. He's always in his iPhone, or always he's that and this that, and they talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. No, you have to have courage to ask yourself, what is your part in this conflict? What you are doing wrong? And even more courage is ability to admit in that in front of your spouse and to say him, I know that it's not that you are not a monster. I know that you are not guilty. We have problem. We create such a dynamic between us that caused us to be in this conflict. And I'll tell you what I figure out, what I aware about my problem, that I'll tell you. And let's talk about that. And from my side, I'll do all my best in order to stop it. and he will say, "Ah, yes, that's what I say all the time. You are guilty. You are the one." Okay, yes, okay. But let's continue talk. Let's continue think together, and think about yourself too. Let's analyze our connection, our dynamic of our connection, and we'll try to find how we can improve, what we can do, not to blame each other. And in this situation, what I know, it's very, as I told you before, in the beginning of our conversation, that it's easy to say what I told you now, what I'm telling you now. It's easy to say. It's very difficult to live by that, like that. To do everything that I'm telling you now. The main thing is practice, and when you do it in your family, and even in this time that you sit here now and you say, well, everything that you say, it's not connected to my husband. Maybe you're right, but in my particular case, it's something else. If you would know him, and you know, I've heard those conversation and those replics and ideas that people say. I hear all the time, and I know that that what people usually think. But it's not. It doesn't help you. You already 20 years married, or 2 years married, 5 years married, and you try your conception and your way. You try already 2, 5, 20 years. It helps you? You succeed in your way? No, right? So maybe you'll change. To think outside of box. Yes, maybe this is the outside box thinking. And that is second rule. Third rule, don't teach him or her anything. Especially don't teach him or her how to live. This is the most common and the most desirable thing that people has, the temptation to teach other people. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm paid by that for that. I chose it as a profession, but in this condition you came here, and I came here in condition that we will learn how to live. But when you married him, it wasn't condition. Not for that you marry him or you marry her. So why should we teach each other what to do? How to behave, how to drive car, how to talk to children, how to wash dishes. Why should we say to somebody else what to do? And we love to teach, to educate. For our children, that is our function, this is our profession, this is our duty. But wife, no. We shouldn't teach her. And husband, no. And we should relate to him like he's an adult, respectable person. He knows how to talk to neighbors and how to wear shoes or something like that, and he doesn't need your help. But usually when I explain that, the couples that come to me to counseling, usually what they say to each other, they say, yes, but it's for her benefit, or it's for his benefit. I want to do something good to him. And that is very common mistake. If you really want to do something like in his benefit, respect him, admire him, love him, be surprised by her, be excited by her. That is for her benefit. Not she doesn't need your opinion how to do things. And second thing, what happened a lot in this situation is when people says, yes, but he asked me by himself, like he asks for it himself. It's not I want to teach him. He asked me, or she asked me that. So first thing, you not have to do what he asked or she asked. You not have to do that. It's first. And second, I think it's a trap. You start to say things, and he feels himself that you contempt him, and he try, if you teach me, so you contempt me. No, I didn't mean that. Yes, you feel, and they start all that again, and they start fighting again and again. No. But from another hand, what we can do when we need something, is something disturb us. If she's doing something or he doing something, how we can say that something it bother me, something disturb me. We have to ask for a favor. Don't demand. Ask for favor. When you are eat garlic, please, if you please, wash your teeth. It's not that you are bad, that you are not cultured enough, or you are come from a primitive place. No, you're okay. But it disturbs me. Please, if you brush your teeth. That it's a request. It's not criticize. It's not teach him do something. It's a just request. But those requests, they should be as less as possible. If you can manage without requesting, okay, it's better. But if it's disturb you very much, and you see that it's influence on your connection, so okay, you ask. That is third rule. 4, and it's the most difficult now. What I'm going to tell you now. 4th rule. And 4th rule is that there are no rules for friends. There are no rules for friends. What does it mean? Rule. What does it mean? You're friends. It's not written in any place how to behave and what to do, and you're friends, and friends, especially what characterize friends, that they don't owe to each other anything. They're not obligate. They not have to remember your birthday, or to bring your some present, flowers, or something other thing. There are no obligations. You're friends. You choose it to each other. Be friends. And if it's so no expectation. And where is no expectation, there is no disappointment, because he doesn't owe you anything. That is the marriage. We are friends. We want to be friends. Just a moment. We are not no obligation, but it's written in Ktubah. We have Ktubah. In Ktubah, it's all obligations. Yes, but Ktubah, it's how is it? Berat Michdal. It's like a no, no. Yes. It's how's it? Yes. You understand? It's a situation that when people married in a Jewish chuppah and they read Ktubah. After that, they read Ktubah. They took Ktubah that and gave it to mother of a bride, and they say, and I bless you. I wish you that you will never open this document. We not established our relationship on something that written in some place, on some rules, on some duties, or all kind of things. Yes, it's true. When if Chas v'Chalila, they have to divorce, or some say have some problem, they'll go to Jewish court, and then a Jewish court, they'll say, yeah, you have to do that. You are must to do that, and she must to do that and that. Yes, it's true. But it's not real the basis of our family, that it's written in some place. So what is the basis of our family? The base is that our love, that we decided to be husband and wife. We choose to be together. And in this situation, you don't expect from other, from each, why you didn't cook? Why you didn't prepare for me my best meal? Or why you are not earn enough money? Why you don't take our children to this and that? And you have to, and people start to demand from each other all kinds of things, and they fight, and they have problems, and they keep fighting more and more and more, and again and again and again. But when you tell to yourself, she doesn't owe me anything, nothing. She's so if she doesn't owe you anything, and she cooked for you soup when you came from your work, for you it's something special. She did something for you. She cooked for you. You didn't expect from her. And she did it. Wow, it's a great thing. It's such important. She loves me so much that she cooked for me meal. And he worked all the day. He worked hard in order to bring me money. He doesn't owe me anything. He's not obligated. So why he brought me every month's salary? Though small salary, but still few thousand shekels. It's not unnecessary. It helps. Why he did that? So now in this situation, you always grateful. You always excited. You always appreciate that happened. Wow. That is fifth rule and fourth rule. And last, it's make him or her happy. That is our mission in this world. As we start, the most important thing in the world is the Torah. And most important thing in the Torah is love your wife, love your husband. So in this situation, it's like your duty, if you say get duty, to make her overjoy that she will be happy. And if it doesn't work, and it doesn't manage good between you, don't despair. Don't give up. Go for counseling, consultation. Spend your money, spend your time, spend your effort, and go ask for help. Don't finish it. And even if someone didn't help you yet, somebody else will help. And maybe 3, 4, 10 other people, they will try, someone will help you. Don't despair. And in this situation, we can say very famous blessing, usually build a faithful home in Israel. תבנו בית נאמן בישראל. When you go about according to those rules, that what will help you to build a faithful home in Israel. That is how I summarize. Now, I also want to tell you that I wrote a book about the Jewish rational approach to Jewish faith. And this book translates in few languages, in Russian, English, and French. And so if someone, I have here those books, if someone want to buy this book, and can have this book. And yes, I can show it here. In Hebrew, they sold more than 10,000 copies of this book, but other language less. But this is who want? Pardon? 100 shekel. Yes. Buy online as you want. Yes. So if you come in the end of the lesson, if you have, we have now 5 minutes for questions. If someone have some question or something. No question. So you're probably in a shock. Yeah, please.
Perspective of having obligations, then are you not like, but you're obligating yourself to make your spouse happy? So isn't like, how does that work? If your mission is to make them happy, and you're like, then there's
To make her happy, it's not obligation. It's your that you it's your merit. It's not obligation. You know, you won this opportunity to make her happy, or him.
You talked about someone keep going to get hit. What about domestic violence?
About what?
Domestic violence.
Violence.
Yeah, domestic violence where the man's hitting the woman or the woman's hitting the man, and the woman goes to report it to her rabbit son, and they say, no, that's Laura Schaubert.
If violence, it means that divorce him, go away, run away. Yes, but before you divorce, he should know that what is going on. And I think that if he'll know that you are ready to divorce in the moment that he make any violence, he won't make any violence. It won't happen. No, it's already yes. Beit Din has a lot of possibility how to force him to give get.
Because the wife don't want to take him again, so the Beijing made a special allow agreement that he could marry another woman.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes both ways. It's not like just not the man that
Mm-hmm.
she didn't give the get because it's fake. This is the point.
Mm-hmm.
Many people
Ken, please.
know what situations to be batel and what situations to say something like to object. You know, supposed to be like, hey, not to get too caught up or too upset over every little thing, but also, I mean, there's gotta be some things that, you know, gotta say something and not just say, okay, whatever, it's fine. I don't know when.
Yeah, I think that if you have good relationship, there is no situation that you have to protect yourself or to objection or something like that. You are like a two pigeon. You like two. Love her. She loves you, and you're friends. She do something that it's very difficult for you. You say no, you shouldn't do that. Okay, then why you should do? And if they have more problems, so something more deep, and then you go to counseling. You are looking for. But in general, in like a shallow level, it's simple. It's like you not have to come to this situation. Yes. How many couples? What? To me? Percentage? I don't know exactly, but I know that the majority of couples that they divorce without counseling at all. And today it's a law in Rabbanut that you have to go to counseling by Rabbanut. They give you some like a social worker or psychologist. They from Rabbanut, and you have to have at least 3 sessions with them, and they try to make peace for you. But it's not always so successful because people, it's already too late when they come to Rabbanut. But it's a great mistake. People they instead to go to doctor, they try to cure themselves. Why? No, go to physician. They are for that. So go to people that they do for that. They are experts. בעזרת השם, תבנו בית נאמן בישראל. Build a faithful home in Israel. תודה רבה.
Points. Probably in the book. Might as well just read the book. Okay. Actually, I'm not used to speaking in English. I'll try.
Everyone is welcome to be seated. We thank Rabbi Fireman for his interesting lecture. Our fourth Rebbe lecturer today is Rav Moshe Berliner. I'd like to introduce you to him. He's the head of Machon Meir, which specializes in family therapy. Rav Berliner is not new to Machon Meir. He's delivered many lectures on the subject of the Jewish marriage for the Israeli department, on Yemei Iyun, many seminars that has taken place, also seminars for the staff members as well. So we're very grateful that the Rav has answered our call with interest and joy at the same time. Bevakasha, Rav Moshe Berliner. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here so far. We'll see how it is at the end. I do want a couple of apologies. I've been in this country 40 years. I think Am Yisrael was in a desert for 40 years. It's not the same thing. But like some of you who may be Olim, I'm a little bit illiterate in Hebrew and in English. So, and I speak mostly in Hebrew. So, if I start struggling, I'd like you to just be understanding, and I'll do the best I can. I've spent most of my professional life, about 40 years, doing what I can to help couples and individuals who come with a stuck. I have a certain a policy in Machon Meir. I only take good people. I only take nice people. And so far, everyone's made the limit. So, I think a nice way to start is that most people are good people. And, mikol mitupalai hiskalti. I think everyone who comes into the room, I learn from. And I'd like what I say to be helpful. So what I'd like, if you'd like it to be helpful, is as you're listening, to say to yourself, is this relevant to me? Should I remember it? And if you do want to remember it, the way I tend to remember is to write it down. And if I remember, which I often don't, I might ask at the end, what particularly in what I said you found interesting? And that would be good feedback to me. And I think it would also be kind of helpful to be able to be thinking about, of all this stuff, what speaks to me. So I'm going to talk about the keys to marriage. And a key opens a door. You're on the outside. And a key is what lets you in. So what I'm going to try to do is in 40 minutes, take 40 years of experience and share with you what are the kinds of things that that when a couple gets married or lives together as a couple are vital for that marriage to be good for them. And if things get a little bit off track, it's usually around these 4 things that I'm going to share with you. And, from that, hopefully, each person can say, where am I going to go with this? But usually if I stub my toe, it's around 4 basic issues. And that'll be what we're talking about today. So I want to start off with a couple of facts. And I'd like you to try not to smile. Because these are facts that if a lot of us don't get straight when we get married, and it's pretty important, it's helpful to get it straight. Your wife is, your husband is or will be different from you. Okay? Your wife and husband will be different from you. He wants things, he thinks, he acts in ways that are different than you. And in fact, in ways that for some strange reason, they think are good. And that's a fact. It's not a problem. I mean, you can turn it into a problem, but it really helps to know that. Sometimes when couples come, and they're, and they don't come into my office to tell me how great it is, because it costs a lot of money. They can do that on a cup of coffee and aroma. They come because it hurts. And so I say to them, I want to give you a absolutely perfect, exact scientific definition of the concept, the word normal. You know what normal is? I'm normal. Therefore, when my wife turns out to be different from me, or my husband turns out to think differently from me, what's my initial reaction? Cuckoo. She's nutsy, right? How can she think that way? I mean, everybody, and I sort of turn into everybody suddenly, thinks my way. I'm right. And if I'm right and she's doesn't think that way, what it would be pretty easy for me to think? She's wrong. And if that's how we go into marriage, as a professional with a practice to keep up, I'll be happy to pass out my card right now, because it ain't going to be easy. Particularly if she's looking at you and saying, either out loud or to herself, that's not normal. Now, the problem with this is that God knew that. I mean, he knew that women and men were going to be different. And in spite of the countercultural claims, he wants men to marry women and he wants women to marry men. Well, why would he do that? I mean, that's not normal. I mean, what could be his, I mean, you should marry someone like yourself, right? It would really be, well, for some of us, we might get complex about ourselves, but what does he want from that? Why in heaven's name should he have us do that? And I think the key is in the word, he says. I hear a lot of arguments in the office. Like I say, people tend to disagree, and not always in the nicest way. And what comes to my mind is that what these people are struggling about, by the way, I'm talking as if I'm not in this, right? I'm pretending that I'm different than these. I'm the professional, right? So let's just leave me aside. So the idea is, God didn't tell us, man, woman, have tzedek bait. And he didn't say, a man, woman, get married, have truth. Who's right bait? If the concept was truth, then with your ketubah, you better get a dayan who will sit at home, and every time you say left and she says right, and I want, you'll run to the dayan, and he'll say, well, the right thing to do is X. So what is it that God said? What are you supposed to have? Shalom bait. In other words, somehow it seems to me that what God said is that I've created a world of incredible difference in everything: height, weight, size, body, thoughts, ideas, inclinations, intuition. And you're going to marry someone different from you. Now, your job is to figure out how to live well with that, which means sort of get out of yourself. Because I've got to now live in a way with a person, either she's cuckoo or she thinks differently from me, but that's the task. And if we don't know that, then it might not be too easy to be putting it together. And that really is the key. in my 40 years, I would say to you, when you say, I'd like this, and she says, gosh, I'd like that, what goes on in your stomach? What goes on in your stomach? And I want to focus on this for a couple of minutes because this is the bottom line on, you know, how many neighbors are going to hear you guys talking and in what tone when you don't agree. I think this is also, I mean, the idea is when she says left, when you say right, or am I experiencing she's against me? You know, what right does she have? Does he have not to want what I want? If that's what I'm experiencing, then the marriage ain't going to be a lot of fun because she somehow is going to think about herself that she's right and he's going to think that he's right. And I think that's what I suspect that's what God had in mind. I do have smicha, and I've worked in the rabbinate, and I used to know a lot of things. I don't every year I know less and less, and I think by knowing less and less, I have the ability to maybe know a little bit more. But the pasuk says v'yikra et shmam adam. That's a pasuk that we all know. V'yikra et shmam. That's the one and another. There are two of them. They're two separate people. And the whole job is to make it one, to make it an Adam. So that's never been done before. There has never been a Shmuel and Shifra, you and your wife. No one can tell you how to do it. And be real careful about people who tell you how to do it, Most of us who are counselors, and I've met a lot of us, we're an interesting population who give advice. Somehow the advice we give always, in my experience, turns out to be an awful lot about what their marriage is about. And they'll tell you, how to do it, but he's married to her. I think you should do a lot of thinking and a lot of reading and but then say, I'm the expert on me and my husband. Which of these things are good for us? Because you guys, it's your marriage. So you have to be real careful. And I think the first thing you've got to do, and here's an idea that I found real helpful, that there's a spiritual basis to this. In Orot HaKodesh, Rav Kook says in Perek Yud Gimel, I think, Piska Yud Gimel, he says, Kol machshavot nechonoten. Every idea is right. Now, that's a little strange, unless you think about it. And I think what he's saying is he's talking about it from the point of view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that there's nothing in this world that HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't want to be here. So it all has a purpose. You just got to figure out what's the connection, what's the frame within which it makes sense. But I'd like to say that about people. Kol machshavot nechonot. Everything that you say, you're a bright guy. You've probably had fun and suffered, like all of us. And you probably worked to come up with your ideas. You've probably been through a couple of things where you walked into a few walls and bumped your toe and head, and you've come up with an idea. And frankly, as a single person, it probably worked pretty well. Now you're meeting a person for whom it doesn't work well with them because he thinks differently. So I think if we want to be Talmidim of Rav Kook, we ought to say, if she's thinking that way, in the way I look at it, I can't figure out how she got there. I ought to have a little humility and ask her and try and learn about it. And if I say to myself, my wife's not cuckoo, my husband's not off the wall, he's different, then I think we can start connecting. And that's really vital. I've got to be able, I know if someone comes to me and says, you're an idiot, what do you think? I'm not going to open up to them. If I see in their face lack of respect, I'm not going to open up. But if somebody comes to me and honestly says, "Wow, I think I'm completely different from you, but I'm really interested in getting to know you, and how did you get there?" Not how did you get there, which is not a question. That's sort of a slap in the face and a kick in the knees, and and that now that you're down on the floor, start babbling. But you're really interesting, and what are the values involved there, and what are your experiences, and how did you get to that? And then I get to know a person, and the topic isn't love, but loving a person's got to be someone you know. Can't love a person you don't know. So if you want to love a person, you got to be humble and try and to say, well, who are you? There's a real paradox in marriage. You marry a woman, you might even love her. You marry a man, you might love him. You haven't the slightest idea who he is. Got to start living with him. You got to start finding out who you are as a married person. So the first key after this introduction of putting yourself in a place of sort of humbleness, of strength in who you are, and there's something new going on. You're meeting a person who's different from you, and your job to make it work is really to be close to them. To listen and try to understand, to share and say, this is me. Hopefully both of you will have enough strength to say, wow, that's Joe. Boy, I'm going to work hard to try and understand that. That's not easy. And the first thing is, so I'm going to start talking now about, after this introduction, the keys. So the first key is what I call in Hebrew a tfisa zugit. You got to have a conceptualization, a framework, a stance of being married. You might have done a crackerjack job of being a single person for 23 years or 43 years, or a friend of mine who got married the first time at 65, and I sort of looked at him and he said, yeah, and I've got to tell you, it was worthwhile waiting. I thought, gee, Anyway, so life is about tasks. Rav Kook talks about chovah. And, a lot of you guys may have been in certain youth groups. What are all your jobs? I'm a Jew, and I'm a man, and I'm an Israeli, and I'm a accountant, and I opened a store, and I'm a wife, and all of those things are a framework. If you go to the army with the idea that you're a son, you're in trouble. You better go to the army with the idea of you being a soldier. If you get married with the idea that you're a single guy, boy, you're in trouble. The problem, of course, it's davar shelo ba l'olam. You've never been married before, and even if you have, it's a different marriage. So you've got this really funny situation of something new that you haven't the slightest idea how to do it. And good luck, There's I got a book in my office that says, guys, couple therapist, he says, real marriage begins when the first plate flies in the kitchen. What? You really think that? Oh my gosh, I'm in trouble. But you real? Uh-oh. What am I doing here? And that's when you got to say, I guess we're different. We now have to find a way to be together. A single person doesn't do that. A single person says, you're like that, goodbye. Because a single person has no responsibility. I really don't like how you do X. I don't have to be your friend. I have no obligation to be close to you. You're married, you can't do that. I once talked to a guy about, he had trouble with his wife being different. That's a nice way to say it. He wouldn't have said it that way, but I tried to teach him to say it that way. So I said, you ever have trouble with somebody once? And he said, yeah, I'm a real easygoing guy. I said, well, can you give me an example? He said, yeah, sure. In college, in yeshiva, I had a roommate. He's a nice guy, but some of his habits, my gosh. I said, gee, well, what'd you do? He said, well, no problem. We're still friends. I just moved out of the room. I found another room. I said, that's a great tool if you're single. And I'm not sure you want to try that. It's marriage. Well, he's going to have to find a whole new way because he's got a new head. And I'm going to tell you a story that I think helps understand. Because a single person, I don't mean to insult anybody, because I was single once as far as I can remember. He's an egoist with a heter. He's allowed to be. Because a single person only is responsible to himself. Now, it could be he wants to have kibudav ve'em. So he calls and says, "Hi, Mom, all okay? Mwah." That's it. He wants to do tzedakah. Okay, you need a nickel? Here, take a dime. That's it. You don't want to give tzedakah? There's no obligation because you're only involved in your own shlichut. That's what it is. You get married, you got to think as a couple. And here's the story. So let's say there's a single guy, right? I don't know if you guys know what a man is, but a man, when he gets hungry, first of all, feed him. Don't speak to him. Don't expect him to be there. First of all, fill his stomach. Then you might get a mensch. So there's this guy who's he ate at 12:30. He's single. He's got a roommate. So he's on his way home, and he's 6:30, hasn't eaten, and he's thinking about one thing, just one thing in the whole world. And that's that great chocolate cake that his mom made for him that's in the drawer in the kitchen. So he gets home, he goes into the kitchen, opens it up, and this is a bad day. Because the minute he's about to eat it, his roommate comes in and stares at the cake. That's called bad luck. And he says to himself, why didn't he come in about 10 minutes? I could have cleaned off my beard and told him, Shmulik, I'm so sorry. I would have loved to give you part of that cake. But he has no obligation to give him cake. No obligation. Now, he does have midos, so he says, come. And also, he's no idiot because Shmulik's mother also sends cake. So, he knows he's going to, so he gives him some cake. But he had no obligation because he's a single guy. Fast forward. Guy's married. His wife cooks chocolate cake, and he's no fool. Told her how much better it is than his mother's cake. You know what I mean? And she still buys it. But it doesn't matter. He, at 12:38, 6:30, he's on his way home. Up the stairs, into the apartment. He ain't thinking of his wife. He's thinking of that chocolate cake because he's a man, right? And now it's the test. His wife comes in to the kitchen and looks at the chocolate cake. He's married. So this is the mivchan. Oh, by the way, there's no excuses because yesterday she said she finished her diet. So he hasn't got that excuse. So if he's still single, in his head, I'm talking about in his head, what is his stomach reaction going to be? And I'd like you to remember this. Oof. Just like he said when Shmulik came in. Oof. I'm a single guy. He's not saying this, but I have a ratzon. I've got something I want. And now my wife wants it also. Dang, I may have to share with her. Why didn't she come in 10 minutes later? I would clean off my beard and say, oh, honey, I would have loved to give you some of this cake. He's married. If that's what's going on, could be the marriage is going to take some time to settle. But if he says, honey, you like this cake, right? Yeah, come, have a seat. I'd love to share it with you. He doesn't give her the whole thing. He shares it. Then he's married. What has he done there? He said to himself, I have a right to my idea, what I want. I'm married now. That means I've got to expand to take seriously what she wants. And now we have to find a way that it'll be good for both of us, for the marriage. And that idea is, I call a couple conceptualization. You got to think of yourself as married. You got to be able to say, you don't stop saying that something's important to you. But as a single person, you stop there. And as a married person, you say, honey, this is important to me. What's the next word? What's important to you? Because as a married person, you want his ratzon also. You expand. I once talked to a guy who said he was happily married, young guy, and his wife also was happily married. So I asked him, what's the key? He said, oh, it's real simple. There are 3 words. I said, what are the 3 words? He said, before I got married, it was me, me, me. And now that I'm married, it's us, us, us. You want a partner, well, let's talk about you. You want to be able to be strong, to show up, but be able to say, this is important to me. You're now married. What's important to you? And each of you has this feeling that the other person, and it's a feeling because it's real, wants it to be good for each other. So that's the first thing. You got to find out that you have to work on yourself. It's another point. I'm just going to mention it, that I wrote a book on marriage, and I highly recommend it. It's very similar to the things I think. I wrote it. But what I really suggest, and some people, is that you read it with your wife separately and then discuss each chapter. Because I raise most of the issues that if you get it straight, you'll be together, right? So the idea, but one of the real problems is you read these books, and I got a lot of them. They're dangerous because you read them. I used to give them to couples without this, and they would come back and say, "Yeah, this is great. If my wife would only do what's on page 67," and she would look at him with that look and say, "What are you talking about? You are on page 137." So it ended up that I did get paid for the book, and it gave me more, money for a longer tipul. But the idea is, and this is another major idea, you can only take care of yourself in the marriage. The only thing you can do is be a good husband. And boy, you can't make her a good wife. And you can't make him a good husband. All you can do is say, honey, this would be good for me, and then work on yourself. So here too, if some of you guys are married and you're hearing things, I really suggest you say, what can I take? And not what can I bring home and say, push this in her face and say, see, he said what? Somehow that just doesn't really bring people closer together. So that's the first thing. The first thing is this idea of changing your mindset from me to us. Now, what's the second? The second is a very important einaya, and a lot of the teaching I do is out of Kitvei Rav Kook. Rav Kook, in one of his in one of his piskaot in einaya, says the following. He said, "Shlemut Adam." Here I'll translate it. Shlemut Adam talui ba'asher yeh lo matara sichlit nichbada lekol magama panav vepilutav b'chaim. A person comes to shlemut when he's figured out where he's going, when it's clear what his goal is, and the goal has to be something you thought about. If it has to do with what you're feeling, then every wave is going to just push you any place. You got to figure out that this is important to me. So it's really important to figure out what you want in your marriage. To be able to say when you're dating or when you're married, these are the things that it's worth investing in. This is where I want to get to. And I'll just share with you a targil, an exercise I give to couples. And for some people, it's a real bust. And for a lot of people, it's really a lot of fun. And I used to give sadnaot, and some people would stay up all night, kind of couples working on this. I would say to them, look, you just got married, you're a young couple. In 20 years, how do you want your marriage to look? I used to say 50 years because of, that's close to me. And then they would look at me like, that was when dinosaurs or whatever. So 20 years, how would you like it to look? What values? How are you treating each other? What have you achieved? What's it about? And I'd like you to work on it separately. Separately. And then sit together and build what I call a chazon nisuin. What's your chazon means? Your vision. Thank you. Yeah, what's your vision? What's it supposed to look like? And then I say to them, of course, it's going to be different because what can I say? You're different. If it begins to cause trouble, stop and come back to the office. I'll help you. And it generally has three parts: what she dreams of, hoping that her husband will support her, and what he dreams of, hoping that his wife will say, "Honey, I'm with you," and what they want together. And there were people who would stay up all night working on this thing because it just gave them such a sense of meaning in what this marriage is about. It's not about that she's going to do for me or I'm going to do for her. That's nice. You want that. You want to be able to draw out the good stuff in you. But what are you getting at? Where do you want to be? And one of the things that's most important about that is that if you're normal, you're going to disagree. And one of the things that you're most important about disagreeing is you don't just say what I want or what you want. You say what decision, what way of talking, what way of being is going to move us toward that. And that goal invests your marriage with your values, with your ideals. You know, the fact that you make breakfast together, the fact that you talk to each other, the fact that you share with each other, whatever you do, hopefully there'll be a lot of good stuff in it. But in addition, you're on your way to that dream, that ideal that the two of you built together. So I would suggest, and this can be, you know, people married too can do that. You know what I mean? You know, it's funny how we can know people real well and then suddenly after a couple of years discover there's something we didn't know at all, or they could discover it. So I would suggest that. So the first idea that I want to share with you is this idea. I guess the first thing I wanted to say is that you're marrying someone different and you want to get inside you, in your head, a concept that you're married. And that concept ties into the first step, which is to have a marriage perspective, which says, here's what I want. What do they want? Now we're going to build together. The second idea is that you should have a goal. You should be able to say, not just what I want and not just what you want, but what do we want? And that's going to give you a sense of where you're going. And it'll help you very much to be able to say, this decision, I do want to think about what you want. I do want to think about what you want. But is this decision also going to be taking us toward that dream, that ideal that we're together in order to fulfill? Now, the third thing is, somebody once said to me, somebody was talking and she looked at her husband and said, are you listening or are you waiting? You understand that? Yeah. Somebody once said, it's a good thing they gave my wife has to breathe so that I could say something, you know? So some of us like to talk a lot. But the idea is like this. By the way, you can say that about men too. So please don't, you know, I mean, a lot of us like to talk a lot more than we think we do. Why are we talking? Well, I want to give you an idea of a conversation. So how is this? I'm going to play two people. I'd like you to listen to it and tell me if you like it, you know? I think we should do that. No, let's do that. I really think we should do this. No, that's not a good idea. I have a good idea. We should do that. That is crazy. It doesn't make any sense. We have to do this. No, that's ridiculous. We have to do that. Now, where do you think that couple's going? And what's the problem with that conversation? Yeah. I think you'd call it ping pong, this, that. Question is, why do you want to talk to your wife? Why do you want to talk to your husband? Now, there are a lot of reasons, but one of the major reasons is that you've got a lot of decisions to make. I'll talk about that in just a minute, and I will finish by 6:15, so we're okay. I want to build the us. I mean, I know how I would handle the question, the issue. I know what I want, but I'm suddenly married to someone who wants something else. How am I going to know what she wants? Well, I got to listen to her to get to know her. And as I mentioned earlier, if I want to love her, I better figure out who he is, she is, or he is. Otherwise, I'm going to be loving some imagination. I'm going to be loving that I'm in love instead of trying to love a person. Some people really love their idea of being in love, and, you know, living with another person bothers them because they're real. So the idea is that the only way to get to know the person is to talk, to share, and to listen. And the word in Hebrew is a lot better than communication. It's tikshoret, kesher, connection. And the question always is, well, are you talking in a way that's connecting? You know, some people say, you know, I've heard some therapists, I do a lot of supervision of therapists, and some of the people, they'll send the couples home and say, go talk about that. Well, that's a total disaster because they don't know how to talk. This, that, it just gets worse. Why should I talk if every time I talk, it just gets worse? You have to learn how to talk if you don't know how. And the basic way to talk is, first of all, to listen. And to get into your head that I really want to know what she's thinking. And I want to ask her. And if I ask a question, it's not a question of, it's, you know, can you help me understand that? Or what's important about that to you? And when a person feels that someone else really does care about that, they're going to open up because it's safe. I'm not going to judge them. I'm not going to put them down. And then you're going to know what's going on in your wife's nefesh, you know, why it's important to her. You don't have to agree. But gosh, that's a nice feeling that someone who cares for you wants to know what you're thinking. That's a wonderful thing. And hopefully afterwards she'll say, wow, that was real nice. What do you think? You know, what's your idea? Why is that? What are the values involved? You remember I had quoted Rav Kook earlier, Kol machshavot nachonot. You know, if you want to be home for Shabbat and I want to go to my parents, is it a fight or is it trying to understand why? And then let's come to some idea. In just a minute, I'll talk about making decisions. But two separate people can only really become one if they get to know each other. They put the Homer Gelem, they put the stuff on the table. This is important to you, interesting. This is important to you, interesting. Okay, now we understand each other. Now we're at a deeper level. You know, sometimes I ask myself, what's the difference between me and a dog? Now, one of the things is that I walk on two, and as far as I know, I don't have a tail. But there's something a little more profound, and that is that one of the things that makes you a human being is that you live at the level of mashma'ut, of meaning. You know, dogs don't have meaning, they have a stomach. But you have meaning. Every time someone smiles at you, it means something. Every time you hear a word, it means something. And of course, what makes it interesting, it means something different to every person. So I've got to figure out what it means to you. I'll give you an example. This really happened almost, but it was 150 years ago, so don't think you know somebody that it was in it. So this woman comes into the office, man and woman, and you know they were newly married, and he had the chutzpah to have an opinion, right? And she said, well, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. That is just idiotic. I can't believe anyone would say something as stupid as that. So he sort of looked at me and said, what am I supposed to do with that? So, you know, it's easy to be a therapist because she's not saying that to you. So I said to her, can you explain to me what you mean by that? And she said, well, I don't agree with him. I said, boy, that's a pretty creative way to say you don't agree. She said, why, is there a problem with it? So I said, well, some people might be insulted by it. Come on. Well, I don't mean it. So I said to her, listen, could you tell me if before you were married, you'd invited me back to your home for Shabbat? What would the Shabbat table be? So, oh, Shabbat table by us? Ha ha! Put on the boxing gloves. Wow, is it fun? I'm the most quiet of all of them. So, you know, other than that being an interesting story, and hopefully it won't be your story, or if it is, you'll now have heard this, but the idea is that there's meaning. For him to be called an idiot, there's meaning. For her to call him an idiot is a totally different meaning. Well, you got to figure that out. You know, you have to figure out how you talk to each other, what you mean. It's not easy. So the whole idea is, the basic idea I want to leave you with this third key is the idea of learning to talk in a way that the goal is to listen and to understand, respect, and get to a deeper meaning, to be able to say, honey, why is that important to you? And the first part is to take responsibility to understand your spouse. And only afterwards, he's likely to say, that was real nice. What do you think? I can't guarantee it, but there's a good chance. So that's the third thing. The first thing is you got to be able to. It's important, the key of having to think like a couple conception. The second is to have goals that you know why you're together. And it's not just because I like it. And it's got to be together. Third thing is that when you find out you don't think the same, which is an awful lot, you develop the ability to get interested, to have curiosity, respectful curiosity. And kol machshavot nechonot. And you say, you know, I know you make sense. I just don't quite understand it yet. Can you help me understand? Now, the last thing is like this. And then if you'd like, we'll leave a minute or two for questions. The fourth point is you got to be able to decide together as a couple. Got to be able to make decisions. Otherwise, you guys are stuck. And making decisions, it's not such a simple thing. You know, the Torah opens with Naaseh Adam B'Tzalmenu. You know, man was created in God's image. What is God's image? So the Rambam says he thinks. You know, the Kelev doesn't think. The Kelev, it's sort of a machine. The dog is a machine, but you think. Seichel. And the Meshech Chochmah says something that I think is very, very pertains to ours. He says it's the Bechira Chofshit. Dog doesn't have Bechira Chofshit. He's sort of deterministic. You know, if you can figure out what went in, you'll know what came out. You've got a choice. You're in the Tselem Elokim when you think things through and you make a decision. Now, as an adult, you got to be able to do it, but you're a couple now. So you have to figure out how to do it together. Now, after you've had these discussions, God willing, you really understand your husband, you really understand your wife, you understand what it means to them, and now you learn how to look for a decision. And I'll mention, in my experience, there are only three ways, basically. So you got to learn how to do it. The first is if you guys really, God willing, respect each other, one of you will say, you know, I hadn't thought of that. You know, that's right. You know, that's not easy for a lot of us to say, but, you know, that's right. I hadn't thought of that. Not that you're trying to convince me. You're sharing with me your thought, and I should have, if I do, enough humility to say, wow, that's right. I'm okay. Number one is I get convinced. She's right. He's right. The second is the minute you understand what each of you thinks, stop talking about it. Because if you talk about it anymore, you're just going to get angry. You're going to go round and round in circles. And the only thing is that more and more neighbors will hear your discussion. And that's not much fun. What you try to do is look for a solution. And what you try to do, I call it in Hebrew, achid. It's something that joins you. You say, I've heard you. I think I understand what you think, and I know what I think. How about this? And you offer something that, in your mind, binds together the two ideas. And then you say, is that good for you? And by that, you're saying, I'm not coming to tell you how to live, but I'm looking for something that's good for both of us. And hopefully you come up with something that says, this is good for us as a couple. Now, if I'm really a single person, any decision that isn't the same as mine that I wanted, you know, as a single person, I'm going to say, this is awful being married. I'm not getting what I wanted. Well, what you ought to want, or what I ought to want as a married person, is that which is enough good for me and enough good for my wife. That's the best decision. It's not that I won. If it's a winning or losing, then the couple is losing. So the second way is you come up with some solution that is an amalgamation of the two, of both of you. And the third is that one of you has to be mevater. One of you has to say, okay, we'll do it your way. Marriage isn't for kids. You got to be able to say that it costs to get married and it costs that you don't always get your way. You got to be able to have that being mutual. And you got to also express appreciation. You know, I appreciate that you really said that. I know that it's important to you to do something else. It's really a gift. Thank you. So if a person, in my experience, works on those four things, There's the first thing is that I understand that I'm now marrying a person who's different than I. And my job is to come up with building something that's never been built before, and us that pulls together things that are important to me and things that are important to her. And we're going to find difference, and we have to figure out how to make this wonderful thing. That's the introduction. And the 4 points are: 1, you think as a married person. It takes time. 2nd, that you work together to set up your goal, what your vision is, what you're trying to get to, how your marriage can be more than did you get satisfied today, because you're looking for the long term, what you're building together. Then you learn to talk, which is basically, you know what you think. The chidush is what she thinks. So you say, honey, what do you think and why? I'd like to understand. And you come to it not judgmental, not putting down. You come to it saying, wow, sure, I think I understand. It's real different from me, but I think I understand you. And hopefully that's mutual. And the 4th thing is that once you understand each other, then what you can do is say, okay, the best decision for us is this. Let's give it a try. And if you do that stuff, there's a good chance, God willing, that you'll be able to take that journey, take those steps toward that wonderful vision that you and your wife and you and your husband have built. And in that way, it'll be just a tremendous truma to yourselves and to Am Yisrael. And I really wish you a lot of luck. And siyata d'shmaya. Is there time for questions, or we'll let it go? Anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Wonderful what you have done, but it's somewhat easier to find someone that you share more commonalities and differences.
Well, you're asking a question that everyone, is it better to marry someone like you, or is it easier or better to marry someone different from you? And generally what happens is you figure that out after 3 years of marriage. So it ain't going to be that easy to know that. And I like to say it differently. They're different challenges. The advantage of a person who's like you is that it's usually easier because, you start a sentence, she finishes it. But the problem might be a little later on that it gets it might get boring. There's not, there are people who'd really like there to be a certain, yeah. I'll tell a story. Right? This is a real story, right? That was 150 years ago. Don't think you know this guy. But anyway, there was this couple that came in, and they started screaming and yelling and insulting. And I was a young therapist. I didn't know anything about except say to myself, why aren't I selling insurance? What am I doing here in this room? And after a while, he said, she got up. He said something really nasty. I mean, with steroids. And she got up and said, that's it, I'm getting out of here. Which I thought was a good idea because maybe he'd shut up and it could end the meeting. But anyway, she goes out, slams the door, and I'm like in shock, And he gets up smiling and says, wow, that's a woman. That is a woman. So I said to myself, God knows who ought to marry who. But the point is that people are different. If you're different, you may have more of a struggle at the beginning coming to the together. It might be later on that there's more, that there's more people in the marriage, and that might be what somebody wants. The other point is that you don't really know. You got this paradox. You love her, you ain't got the slightest idea who she is. And who else don't you know? Who I am. I didn't know who I was as a married person. Like I said earlier, there's this guy, one guy came in and said, I'm a real quiet guy. I'm a quiet guy. Ask my family, ask the yeshiva. I never get up, There's one place in the world where I start shouting. He said, that's at home. And at home, it's only my wife and the fish. And it's not the fish. It's my wife, So, again, the idea is that he didn't have the tools. They didn't yet have the tools to be together. She didn't realize what buttons she was pushing. and he didn't yet realize what he should do to be able, for them to be together. So, it's okay. One more question, and then we'll conclude. Yeah.
Advice that had draw out your spouse more tight-lipped, more secretive, not so keen on expressing themselves. My wife, for example, 10 years married, my wife was never taught to have an opinion. She comes from a very yucky background, where quite patriarchal. She struggles very much in terms of expressing herself. Besides active listening, is there any way, perhaps help me
It's very hard to answer an individual question because I don't know your wife. But most people can learn things, and what would be right for your wife might not be right for some guy who has the same symptom, but it's from a different idea. Therapists can help. If you speak to people, and make sure you have the right therapist. Some of us are really, really good, and some of us aren't yet really, really good. So it's important you get a recommendation who to go to. But that is the kind of thing that people can work on if they would like to. The question is how they're stuck and why they're stuck and what can help them get out of it. But if it's important, that is the kind of thing that person could get help with. Okay. So I think I'll end here. And you were a good audience. You know what I mean? There weren't any tomatoes this time. So things should be well. And I really hope that all you guys, it'll be good in the marriages you have and the marriages that will be, God willing.
we're taking a 2-minute break, 6:25, our finale with Machon Meir.
You want the I go? Route? You want to go, I go.
שומעים אותי באינטרנט? שומעים אותי באינטרנט? שומעים אותי באינטרנט? No, I want them to see if the height is right. I can't sit down, I have to stand. If I sit down, I'm going to fall asleep. Did you, זה מוקלט, נכון? How to argue. How to argue. How to fight.
הקפה ותה שלך? אתה לא רוצה את הכיסא, הבנתי. מעניין, אם זה אותו גובה. אתה הזזת את זה כדי שתוכל לעמוד. אוקיי. Can you call the people from outside if they'd like to come in? They're welcome. So, we thank Rav Moshe Berliner for his very interesting lecture and practical side of that he shared with his great experience. Our last Rebbe lecture this evening, we're very grateful to Rav Moshe Elias to be here, a very veteran teacher and lecturer on counseling for married life. Rav Moshe Elias has been very active for more than a decade, I think, in Machon Meir, preparing Avrechim, students, as well as teachers, in regard to married life. Rav Moshe has been very involved in counseling for more than 22 years, and even a therapist for the last 10 years. And Rav Moshe has developed a very unique technique called NM. NM is the acronym for New Memory for Trauma. And he's done a lot of workshops and lectures on the subject. A while back ago, like many of us, he was also a Talmid of Machon Meir, and he has an MBA in Marketing and Finance. B'vakasha, Rav Moshe, we're very happy to have you. And I must say the following, this is a true confession. This event would not take place had it not been for the coaxing and the encouragement of Rav Moshe that already started last summer, and yours truly tarried for a while, and then the war broke out, And Rav Moshe was relentless. He said, "No, we have to do it." So we're very thankful to you for. This is the first one.
The people come number 2 for you.
Bezrat Hashem, Rav Moshe Elias.
Hi there. Welcome to 10 minutes on tools for successful marriage. The subject of the lesson. We have 4 steps in managing an argument. And this time we're going to talk about part 1, how to prevent argument. Many people argue. We need to argue. Is it good? Is it bad? How do we argue? Is there rules? Is no rules? Do we go with our heart? Do we go what we think? So we're going to learn. And to solve the solution, we have this. You know what this is? Exactly. We want to know the heat, if you have a fever or not. This explains everything. So if you don't understand, let's wait. Let's wait. Today we're going to talk about a very important topic in the relationship, which is called argument. Now the question is an argument good or bad? I'm a therapist for 20, marriage counselor, therapist for around 20 something years. Everybody argues. The good people, the bad people, good arguments, bad arguments. So what? Is it good or bad? What do you say? So first of all, I would like to say it's normal. If you're arguing, that means you're a normal person. It's okay. It's okay that 2 people that are separate and not separate mean they're different and opposite, that they'll argue. It has to happen. When you get married, there has to be an argument. And let's say you don't argument. Let's say I have a couple that I meet and they say, no, we don't argue. You know what that means? That they don't talk. They live in separate rooms. They're not living together. If they don't argue, they don't live together. It's so simple. That means you have to argue. So I don't understand, Moshe. Is arguments good or bad? I'm going to say here that it's very good. Not that I'm going to say go outside and start arguing with your wife. But when it happens, it's something very, very good. Why? First of all, this is an opportunity for the relationship to grow. Why? Because when I argue with my wife, and I also argue, and when we talk and we say what we say, it's an opportunity to get to know my wife better and for her to get to know me better. And it's an opportunity for me to understand her a bit more deeper, a bit more clearer, and to connect to her much better, much more closer. It's a stepping stone in building a relationship. Now we don't want the stepping stone, We don't want the stepping stone. We're not looking for that stepping stone, but it's part of the relationship. So we don't need to fight it, we need to hug it. That's number 1. Number 2, when I meet the opposite of myself, and sometimes, and she says exactly what I want to do, what I don't want to do, and we have an argument. She agrees, doesn't agree. This is an opportunity for me to change, to grow. The meeting with my wife, the tension, the arguments, which is different levels between shouting and kuchimuchi. It's a potential to build, to make a change for myself, for her to make a change. And through that change, we evaluate, elevate ourselves and become more closer and become better people. Now, this is not theory, I'm telling you. This is something that's been built from a day-to-day practice with arguments. When the couple learns to argue, like I'm going to teach you today, they grow. The relationships grow. And if they don't, they can be stuck in a very, very dark and bad place. So today we're going to learn how to grow from arguments. I'm going to say a sentence, either grow or fall. There's no middle. There's no middle in arguments. Either you're going to grow from it or you're going to fall from it. Okay? Now, how do people usually argue? So, usually people say bad things, they shout, they scream, they say bad words like the lecture, the person before, Rav said before. And our defense systems usually is the 3 F's, which people probably know, which is flight, freeze, and flight. Flight. Either I fight her back, she fights me, I fight her back. These are, of course, not good things. 2, I freeze. I don't say a word. Or I flight. I run away. I leave the house. I get out of the room. All 3 of them are not good. What are the 4 stages in argument? Stage 1, which we're going to talk about today, is before the argument. Stage 2 is how to argue inside the argument. Stage 3 is after you finish the argument, how do you make reconciliation? And stage 4, how do you learn and grow from the argument? Learning lessons. So again, the 4 stages, and today we're going to talk on stage number 1, before the argument. Now, question number 1, do arguments repeat themselves? So when I talk to couples, they say yes, all the time. It can be every Friday, it can be every time we go to our parents, it could be when I don't sleep at night. There can be many reasons that they repeat themselves. Can arguments be prevented? The answer is definitely yes. I'm going to give you tools, simple tools that work, that if you use them, you probably can close or stop or make the arguments much, the quantity and the height of it, or the height of the argument, much lower. I'm going to give you a story, a true story. There's a couple that came that had a few things. One of the things they were arguing, and when they were arguing, Erev Shabbat. The wife she has a problem of order, and she needs help. She needs help of her husband, she needs help of her children. And the husband usually tries to help, but the children, she demands that they help, and they do, they don't. In the end of the day, she starts screaming, shouting. Then all the children run away, leave her alone, and the husband says, carry on screaming to yourself. In the end, she's alone, and she becomes the more screaming. Okay. And then we sat together, and we said, what can we learn that we can stop it before? What can we do differently that there won't be an argument? And we sat, and these were their ideas, not mine. I added a few. And it was very interesting that when they sat down and talked, how can you prepare for an argument to a place where you're going to go, where you're going to meet it? How can you do it differently? Interesting, right? So they said, she offered, I'll start doing Shabbat not on Friday, but on Thursday. So I'll have more time. I'll be less pressured. Wow. Incredible. Idea number 2, which is quite big for them, that they, instead of telling the children to do it, by requesting them, by asking them which chore in the house were they willing to do, and giving them a choice. And not telling them they have to do it, but we'll be grateful if you could do it, and we appreciate it, and say it, of course. And can you choose which one is the best for you? And it's written on the refrigerator, each one what it needs to do. And the second thing is that, which is exactly the opposite, that if they don't help, we let go. And Shabbat won't be 100%, it'll be 80%, 90%, which is very hard for everybody to let go, and for women, it can be very, very hard. But to let go. And the next Shabbat, they phoned me, of course, on Motzei Shabbat, they said it was incredible. Everybody's smiling, everybody's happy. Where's the argument? I said, hello, I'm making money from the arguments. Hello, don't give up. Fight for your rights, Kilu. Don't go down fighting. Okay, so they didn't fight. And the next Shabbat after, they didn't fight. Now, if they broke one of those rules, then they fought again. Oh, Moshe, we shouted. Okay, let's go over the rules that you made, not me. This, no. Carry on shouting, carry on screaming, carry on fighting, carry on arguing. But if you build the rules, your family rules, and it's connected, and you talk about it, no problem. You can deal with nearly everything. So this is a present I'm going to give you today. It's a big present. It's a present built from years of dealing with these kind of things. I'm going to break into pieces. It will be more easy for you. So we're going to separate to detect the problems ahead. Let's talk about our spouse. So into 3 areas. First of all, events and times. Usually, everybody has arguments in specific times and events. The most famous is Erev Shabbat. Also famous Chagim, times of pressure. We know it's going to happen. We know exactly the work is going to be done. The problem is going to be. Everything is repeating itself every Erev Shabbat, every Chag. And yet we go in and we fall. So the tool is very simple. Just sit down, talk, and to identify what the changes that can be made to solve the problem. So simple, and it works. Or for example, you go to the parents. There's a big balagan. Why? Let's try to recognize what's making the problem there. Sit down and talk. Make a list. Write it down. What changes need to be done to make everybody calm? There's a good chance you don't need to go to a therapist. You can do it yourself. It's not a problem. Situations, to recognize situations. For example, if my spouse didn't sleep well or didn't eat good, what's going to happen? She's going to bite me. And when she bites me, what do? I bite back. Everybody open their mouths, look at the thieves. Okay, I see you've bitten a few people already. Oh, biting is a good application of couples that they should practice every day, not on the spouse and other things. So I need to recognize the situation. If my spouse is in a pressure situation, she didn't eat, sleep, I need to deal with it. Body signs. For example, I see her, she's talking very fast. She becomes red in the face. What's going to happen? You know, there's bombs that they tick down. There's a tick down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, then it's the countdown. Hello, the countdown. You're in the danger zone. Stop. Recognize signs and stop and do something different. What to do, I'm going to explain in a minute. But these are very simple signs that everybody can see them. They're transparent. You just need to watch and look, and they repeat themselves. It's not complicated. It's very, very simple. Okay, so what do we do? So recognizing, if you're aware, if you have awareness, should be no problem to recognize. Now what do we do? What do the changes? First of all, if you're going into a danger zone, the red lights are starting to come up, which you recognize over them. You know that you've talked about it. First of all, don't do the same thing. If you do the same thing, what's going to happen? Boom! Everything's going to blow up. You need to make a change. And what the change? You have to talk to the spouse. What the changes need to be done. You need to talk about it. First of all, not to do the same thing. If you do the same thing, why talk about it? She's doing the same thing, I'm doing the same thing. What's going to happen? The argument is going to be the same. Waste of time, don't talk. But if you go to talk to your wife, your spouse, with a mindset, then there needs to be a change. 1, when she starts coming, you can bite back, of course, or you can be emphatic. You can talk to her, support her, allow her to share her feelings. Something very strange will happen. And when I talk to, of course, a wife, I'm talking to a husband and wife. For me, it's a bit more easy to talk about women. It's exactly the same. Him or her. Is that if I have empathy to my wife when she's calling me like this, and allow her to express her feelings, something very, 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 very strange is going to happen. You know what's going to happen? She's going to calm down. That's very strange. When I shout at her, she becomes more angry. When I'm hugging her and allowing her to talk and understanding her, she calms down. I don't understand what's happening. It's do you understand what's happening? It works. I don't know. It works. We don't understand why. There's a big מחקר what to do. Another number 3 is preparation. Let's say Erev Shabbat, which is one of the solutions we talked about. Talk about it before it. Make a roadmap. What to do, what not to do, when to do it, where the main points, main pain. The other tool is when your wife, let's say, she let it go. She's on the ride. She's she's angry. Don't go down with her. She's low now. She's angry. She fell down. Don't join her down there. Pull her up. Separate yourself from the situation. Even if she says very bad things, very nasty things, take a step back. Say, it's not her now. And talk to yourself. Talk to yourself and calm yourself down. And don't let her pull you in with her down. If one falls down, the other one has to stay up. That means you must be able to hear the pain of the other person and not be offended, not be angry. Say, okay, I understand she's not with me. She'll calm down. From experience, she'll calm down after 2 hours. I'll bring her a cup of coffee. We'll talk about it. We'll do the stages I learned with Moshe. I heard it's quite good. And it works. It'll be okay. But don't be pulled in. By the way, these tools are not only husband and wife, but parents and children, brothers and sisters. Any place we have an argument, in work, these are life-changing tools, which I'm giving you today. In any situation where you have an argument with a person, with these tools, you can change it. Okay? So we talked about how to recognize with my spouse. What about recognizing who else? Myself. How do I recognize the signs with myself? Do I really know what's happening with myself? Many times, no. So first of all, again, the same how we put in pieces. Number 1, events and times. Are there times and events where I'm in pressure? For example, let's say mikveh. There's a mikveh. If I'm like this, someone touches me, I'm gonna blow up. Be aware. I have to be aware. We're not talking about solutions, but I need to be recognized. I'm sensitive in this time, this place. When I go to my husband's parents, what do I feel? Be aware. If I'm through that door, I'm already angry. There's going to be an argument. Doesn't matter what. I need to recognize myself and the situations, and how do I react. It's called awareness. Self-awareness. How do I aware, or how do I react to myself? How do I react in different situations? It's not so hard because it repeats itself. And you know when you're shouting, when you're not shouting, you're angry, you're not angry. You just need to take a piece of paper, be very true to yourself, and say, okay, let's take all the times where I'm angry and write it down. And you'll see it repeats itself. And that is a good start on self-awareness, how to make changes. So we said number 1 is to recognize the times and places that make me under pressure. Number 2 is situations. For example, I know if I didn't, for example, let's take it the other side. If I didn't eat, I missed a meal. With me, I come very tense. I'm very fidget. I have no patience. So if my wife is clever, what's she going to say to me? And I'm all like this. What's she going to say? Eat now. Okay. Yoo-hoo, I'm here. I'm calm. I'm relaxed. I need that food. Some people that are like this, they have high metabolism, it's called. They need food. And if you don't eat, they start biting. And if there's no food, they'll bite people. Be aware of yourself, how you react. When you don't drink, you become nervous. Take a bottle, put it next to you, and every 10 minutes, drink. Be calm. Drink and be calm. Body signs, my own body signs, self-awareness. How do I recognize I'm going to blow up or be angry or shout? Let's say sometimes when I act like this, very without patience. Why? So I need to stop and ask myself, why am I doing like that? Why am I so restless? Recognize the signs of yourself. Check yourself in situations. Learn and map out your world. This is very critical for you to control it. Once you map out your internal world, then you can react differently to everybody. So how many arguments can be prevented? I think nearly everyone. Not all, but nearly everyone. So what's the connection to this? It's very simple. I need all the time to check my and the other person's if they have a fever or not. And if I see it's, and I can recognize myself, like when my my temperature is getting up, what do I need to do? Then we have tools. Step back, step out, talk, share, all what we said. So this is a very, very critical tool. So when you go home, show it to your wife and say, this is the solution to all our problems. Be'ezrat Hashem, I bless you all. Shei shalom bayit, ahava, shalom ve'ut. And you're probably going to argue, but you're going to argue with a smile. And you're going to argue and grow. Shalom, shalom. Now another one. Oh. Welcome to 10 Minutes on Tools for a Successful Marriage. The subject of the lesson is we're talking about 4 steps in managing an argument. And this time we're talking about part 2, how to argue correctly. Before we talked, how do we prepare or how do we stop? How do we change the dynamics before the argument? Now we're talking, how do we deal with the argument? We're inside the argument now. And we learned there's 4 stages. Before, how to argue. 3 is reconciliation. And 4 is the learning lesson. Today, like we said, we're going to talk how to argue. To solve this very, very serious and very problem is a very sophisticated tool that it took me many years to find. And I hope you're going to learn from it. This is going to explain everything. Everything's clear? No? You're going to have to wait. That means you have to stay with me to the end of the... Okay. I'm going to give you a very bad example of an argument, or a good example of a bad argument. And I want you to listen, and we're going to learn a lot from that. Okay? Should I shout, or should I make it... don't be, I'll get into the atmosphere. The wife. Why didn't you do the dishes? You don't care about me and the family. Okay, nobody fell. Okay, it's okay. I still love you. Okay, husband. What are you complaining about? You're home all day. What are you doing all day? Do you like when I shout? You're enjoying it, yeah? Okay. So what's the problem? There's a lot of problems. First of all, the shouting, which is not very, makes a lot of problems with the voice. And but we broke a few rules here. Actually, we broke every rule here. We broke everything rule. So look, we need to know what we broke. What's the rules? Okay. Rule number one, that the problem, what was the problem that disturbed the woman? The dishes. What did she say? Did she talk about the dishes? No. What did she say? Why don't you care about me and the family? What's that? Personal. So you take a subject, let's say tea. This disturbs you, but I don't talk about this. I talk about you. Why don't you do it? And why you? So where's the argument going to be about? This or this? This. The personal. You made it personal. You personalize the argument. Once you personalize the argument, it's a dead end. You attack me, personal, I'm going to attack you back. Who cares about the dishes? The dishes. We forgot about the dishes. We're going to argue about who you are and who I am and what I said. I'm shouting, right? It's not good. Calm down. Okay. So first thing, we do have a personal attack. Opposite, problem solving. It's attitude. Do we talk about the dishes or do we talk about your personal? You always don't do the dishes. What's that? Personal. I'm attacking you personally. I'm saying you always do it. You don't care about the family. I'm personalizing it. Very, very dangerous. Now, one of the other things, the rules that we broke in this very nice example, is that the conversation is we're together or we're opposite. What do you say? Opposite. Right? What words make it opposite and what words make it together? When I say you, then I'm here, you're there, and I'm attacking you, right? Okay. If I say I, what does that do? It makes joining. If I say the same words, but instead of saying you, I say I, I've changed the whole equation. Why? Because I'm saying you're standing next to me, and I don't agree with you, but we're next to each other. But if I attack you, I say it all the time, you, then we're far away. The words generate a distance. So it's very interesting, very, very interesting, that if we control the rules in arguments, which most people don't believe that, or don't understand that. And if you use the correct wording, you're going to get exactly what you want. And you're going to be close. And if you use the wrong wording, then you're going to get I'm going to laugh a lot. You're going to get a lot of them. So how do we to go from opposite to next? So first of all, if I accuse, that means you're there, I'm here. Opposite, joining, by saying, look, my dear husband, you're very important for me, but, and I close. And I close the thing, look, I love you very much, and we need to find a solution. So I make a joining, words of joining before and at the end, beginning or the end. Opposite, accusation. You and I. Also, aggressive tone words. If I put my voice up and I start becoming very sharp in my words, does that make it close or far? Hello, my wife, where are you? I can't see you. She left, far away. Or I smile. I'm calm. I put my voice lower. I start to talk more slowly and more quietly. It's very, very interesting at how people react to that. It's very hard to shout at people that talk calmly. Not too calmly, or they punch you in the face. But it works. You put your tone down. You smile. You use empathy. And now, instead of attacking back, I use two very strange tools, very dangerous tools. Beware that they have very dire consequences is sympathy and empathy. Don't ask me what the difference between them, but both of them sound very good. I'm joking about that. Both of them are very, very strong tools that can calm anybody. And I have, if you believe in me, I all the time meet people that shout, scream in my room. And then when I use these tools, they calm down. It's very interesting. And they say to me, Moshe, only with you we're calmer. I say, when they say like this, only with you we're talking. I say, maybe because here is a bit different and we use different tools. He says, you're right. So people need to learn to talk empathy and sympathy instead of attacking back. Remember, if he attacks, let's say my wife attacks me and I attack her back, the argument is going to go bigger or smaller. The circle is going to go bigger and bigger. If I react to an argument, am I a leader or I'm being led? I'm going to be number 2. Whoever shouts is going to pull me where she wants. He or she. Again, he and she, we said it's the same. I'm just going to say it's more easier for me to talk about women. But I'm inviting everybody that's watching and listening is to be a leader, emotional leader, and not to be led. Even if the other side falls down and is excited, step back and to be able to change it. Now, when I say step back, that means I have to express my feelings. Most people think that the best method to deal with the other person shouting is quiet. We said that in the beginning. Freeze. Very, very, very dangerous. You can try it. If someone screams at you and he's going to be more quiet or he's going to shout more? He's going to be more. He's going to be much more angry. When I'm quiet, it doesn't solve the problem. The problem will go bigger. It does not solve the problem. It makes a problem. Many men and women solve the arguments by, I'm a tzaddik. Tzaddik nistal. Very nistal. Nobody knows about me. I know I'm a tzaddik. That's why I'm a nistal. And I don't say it because I was being taught not to say anything. I'm saying dangerous. So what do? I can't fight. Can't be quiet. And if I leave the house, what happens? She'll start running after me in the road and call the police. So what's left for me? I have to talk. And how do I talk? So let's take the example and learn from it. So let's go back to the example. This time I won't shout. So you can add the volume to yourself. Why didn't you do the dishes? You don't care about me and the family. Remember the example? Okay, so now we're going to correct it and give you an example. I want, my dear husband, I really understand, appreciate that you study hard, but I feel very sad that you didn't do the dishes as you promised. What did I do? First of all, I started with plus and I finished with plus, meaning positive. First of all, I showed empathy to your why you didn't do it. Did I give up on my opinion? No. I'm standing on the place. I'm not moving an inch. It's still very important, and I'm talking about my need. Instead of shouting, I'm sharing my need. I'm saying what's important for me. I'm talking about I, not you. Will he listen to this? He will. It's very interesting. He has a big problem now. He has no one to attack now. He's stuck with the problem. When I attack him, he attacks me. Has he a problem? No, he doesn't have a problem. Because we have a fight now. But if I don't attack him, I say, look, this is my pain. He has nowhere to run. This is called checkmate. Checkmate. I've done it around 1,000 times. It works. It's a very, very, very strong tool. By showing my pain to the other person, he has nowhere to run. He has to face it. He said, you're right. Okay, let's give another example. How we can express pain. We share the pain. We don't bottle it in. We don't say this. We talk and we share, but in a positive way. In a different example, I want to just share you. That's, let's say, a wife to husband, a husband to wife, doesn't matter. I want to share you being late, you being late, makes me feel disappointed, frustrated, angry. The kids are driving me crazy. I've been waiting for you all day. I very much need you to arrive on time. I'm so happy you came. What did I do? I'm sharing my pain. I'm saying, I'm in need. I need you. I can't deal with it. Which is totally different saying, why are you late? You no longer been waiting for you. Again, you're doing it. You really don't care about me. You see the difference? One, there is going to be a fight. The other one is going to be a change. Okay, another example. I understand your distress, but I want to share that the words that you said made me feel angry and disappointed. If you notice, all the examples, they turn around the same circle. I start with a plus, I finish with a plus, but I share my pain in the words of me, I, and not you. And the tone is very low, with a smile. Not even a smile, it doesn't need to be a smile, but say, respecting the other person, respecting his will. So what's this? It's very simple. I say, why are you doing this? So you say, who are you to tell me what to do? And I say, you know, you didn't bake food today? You remember you didn't buy food yesterday? What's going to happen to this balloon? I'm looking to blow it up. That's what's going to happen. But if I say, look, you're very important for me, but I'm in pain, then what's going to happen is going to be a different balloon. It's going to be a positive balloon, and we're going to join and be together. So summary. So we need to fight. We don't like it. It's part of our lives. We learned it's something very important. Fighting itself is not a problem. Arguing itself is not a problem. It's what we do with it and how we do with it. And today you got practical tools, how to be able to make the argument as a stepping step to make your connection closer and to grow. And you need to fight with rules. The rules are simple. You need self-control, of course, which we didn't talk about so much. And once you have the self-control, then you can be able to do anything. Now, I want to take another subject, which is very important. It's part of how to run an argument. I'll do it very quickly. There's such a thing as red lines in arguments. It's a subject that I meet a lot. I think it's very important to talk about. So I'm going to ask you a question. Is anything allowed in a fight? Can we do anything what we want to do? No. Is there any red lines we can't cross? Yes. What are the red lines? First of all, physical violence. It's a red line. You're not allowed to have, doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter what the explanation. No excuses. Zero excuses. Verbal violence. You're not allowed. You're my husband. You're my wife. Doesn't mean you're allowed to say bad things about me. To curse me. To leave the house without saying anything, just leaving the house is violence. It's a red line. A threat of divorce. I'm saying it's a red line. These red lines, if you take any couple in the world, any couple, they have, let's say, Shlom Bayit, fantastic, 10, and they break these red lines, they're going to need to go to a therapist. Now, these red lines cannot be lived with on a daily basis. It can't happen. And when it happens, the couple is going to pay a very heavy price. Now, to make a positive tone, all the couples that came to me as a marriage counselor have learned to stop this. All the couples that they had no control in the arguments, they learned to control themselves. I think nearly 100%. It's something that can be learned and trained, and it's not so hard. How do I control myself in arguments, in fights? And if someone is listening to me and saying, Moshe, wow, there's a lot of red lines in my house. My husband is, or my wife is physical, verbal, talking about divorce. Stop. Now is a good time to go directly to a marriage counselor. It's very important to find a marriage counselor of 10 years experience plus. And also it's very, very, very important, critical, that he's a therapist, because 50% of the problems are communication between a couple, but there's around 50% that each couple brings from his past, from his childhood. For example, an anger control or anger problem, it can be from the past that is gone from his childhood. And so he has to be the marriage counselor has to be a therapist to be able to deal with the two areas. And the more complicated it is, that means more is from the past, not from the present. If you hear from me now that there's a red line, you pass red lines in your house, you have to go directly now to a marriage counselor. Now I'm going to give you tools for self-control. We're going to do it very quickly. For that, I need to explain. When you see a person shouting, so most people say to me, Moshe, look, he has no control. So I say to him, that he's shouting doesn't interest me at all. What interests me? Someone can guess? Why he's shouting? What is the reason he's shouting? What is the emotion sitting below the shouting that explains the shouting? If I were to work with him as a therapist, I won't work with him on the shouting. Stop shouting, control yourself. Rubbish, it won't help with nothing. Zero won't help. I ask him, what's your feeling? What do you feel there? What makes you become a shout? And that we work on. So meaning, a person that shouts or is anger or all the bad things that we know means he has a problem with emotions. His emotions are, instead of coming out verbally, they're coming out in a bad way. That means you need to learn to verbalize, to talk, and to share your pain and not keep it inside. What most people do is they have a problem. Let's say they have something very sour. They swallow it. They swallow, till what happens? Boom! Blows up. You need to verbalize. Anger control is you learn to talk instead of the other bad things you need to do. And to share, not to accumulate your pain. And to go to your wife and to learn to share with her what you're going through, what your feelings are. Now, one of the tools, the basic tools of anger control is to break out. Meaning, let's say I feel myself, I'm going to lose it, I'm coming. So I say to my wife, let's say, or my husband, look, I need 10 minutes to calm myself down. And I leave the house or I leave the room and I calm down, talk to myself, come back, calm. That's a legitimate tool that we use many times. But you need to tell that you're going out and coming back, not to break down and just to get out. If you get out, then it's bad. Okay? There's a voice model, which is a video if you want to watch it in the internet. It's that you talk to yourself and you calm yourself down. There's a model, a very simple model, where I talk to myself. Let's say I'm very angry. I feel like I'm going to blow up. Then I start an internal dialogue and I learn to calm myself down. I learn to control those parts of me that want to start kicking. And the other thing which we said before is don't to be dragged in. Come out to change the emotion of anger to understanding, compassion. And another tool, and the last tool, and this we're going to finish, is not to get mixed up with conclusions, then to make come on, we need to make a separation between afakat lekachim and which just a second. Again, we're going to cut this so it's okay in the video. What we don't mix up is the argument, the conclusion of the argument, and the let's go to the summary. The summary. The summary is that we learned the tools is how to manage an argument, and we learned tools that how to be able to relate our pain differently in a way that makes the person himself that he can listen, and by that we can achieve our goals of sharing that the other person can listen what I'm going through. And that was part number one. Part number two, we learned about the red lines, that we need to not ever go over the red lines, and if so, we need to talk about it, and if so, we need to go to a marriage counselor if needed. Yotzam B'ezrat Hashem that you have a shalom bayit, avas shalom ve'ut, and if you argue with a smile. Shalom, shalom. Okay, we have another one if you're still not tired. This time more violent. Shalom. Welcome to 10 Minutes on Tools for a Successful Marriage. The subjects of the lesson. Today we're talking about 4 steps in managing argument. This time we're talking about part 3. We said there's 4 stages. Before the argument, how to argument, which we talked already in the last videos. And now we're going to talk about a very, very, very important part. It's what we called reconciliation. How do we join the parts that's separated after the argument? And stage number 4, of course, is learning lessons. And to solve that problem, we have a very simple but effective tool. No, we don't. We don't hit them. No, we don't. That we don't do. But we have another tool. We have 2 tools today. It's a double whammy today. Okay. And how is this connected? Let's see. Okay. Reconciliation. I'm going to tell you a story, and we're going to learn from the story, and we're going to maybe grow from it. The story is a couple came to me, and there was an argument. And the wife said, she told me a story that she was waiting outside with her children, and they asked her husband to pick her up by the car. And he said, yeah, I'm coming. She's looking at the watch, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 1 hour and a half. Yeah, I'm just 6. And she stood, it was very hot, very, very, very hot. And when he came after an hour and a half, what happened? Boom! There's an argument. And he also shouted at her. So I asked her, did you make a reconciliation? She said, no. I said, why? She said, we were afraid to bring up the topic because we will fight again. And this is something that I've heard around 100 times, a few 100 times. Many couples, they argue. Okay. So I asked, did you make peace? She said, no. Why? We don't want to touch it. If we touch it, what's going to happen? We're going to argue again. Better not to touch it. So what happened is we bypass the problem. So where's the problem going? Where's it is? It's disappeared? Where is it? It's in a drawer. What's going to happen with that drawer? It's going to come out again. And when is it going to come out again? It's going to repeat itself. Because if we didn't talk about it, and we didn't rejoin, and we didn't do learning how to change it, then we've made a big, big mistake in marriage. Instead of facing the problem, we bypass the problem. And that problem was going to grow. It will not stay the same size. It's very, very, very critical and dangerous. If you don't have a mechanism to be able to rejoin after the argument, that argument will be with us. Very dangerous. It's a very important tool I'm going to give you today. I use it nearly every day, and it works nearly 100%. So just be with me, and we're going to solve it. When do we do a reconciliation? We have to do it same day. This is an argument. People say, okay, we didn't talk 3 or 4 days, or a week, a month, in big stories. Then we talked about it. You don't go to sleep till you make peace. Again, maybe someone didn't listen. Could be that some people have hearing problems. You don't go to sleep till you make peace. But Moshe, I'm tired. We're going to argue again. Shall I say it again? You don't go to sleep. Why? Because in the morning, if you wake up and you want to do it, the problem is big already. Now, here's a bit of a difference. The man will say, Moshe, when I wake up in the morning, I'm more calmer. But the wife will probably say, when I wake up in the morning, I didn't sleep all night, first of all. I thought about it. My husband wants to divorce with me, and it's gone bigger and bigger and bigger. And if I postpone it for a few days, there's a monster running around the house. Very dangerous. Do not postpone it. Okay. Now, hammer. This looks like a nail. What is an argument? I heard someone. Okay. Let's say, your food is really not so tasty. Okay. I bought her a flower. I bought her a present. I bought her a chocolate. Okay, yeah. I even said, I'm sorry, but I didn't do the stages. What's here? Can you see? What's here? There's a nail in my heart. How long is it going to stay there? Forever. It's frightening. That nail will not disappear. It will stay there, waiting for what? Someone to pull it out. We are going to learn today how do we pull it out. And what do? We make a spachtel and we close it. These are the two tools. Okay? How do we do it? Okay. First of all, let's talk about the rules before we talk how to do it. Rule number 1, each one takes 100% to make shlom bayit, to make a pius, to make reconciliation. We do not wait for the other person to do it. Doesn't matter if I'm not right. It's not my fault at all. No connection. I take responsibility to go to my wife and to ask her for her forgiveness. I don't wait for her to do it, even if I think I'm 100% right, and she's, of course, 1,000% wrong. Sado? Like we said, we never go to sleep till we do it. If the argument has been very, very strong, then the shlom bayit, the pius, has to be very, very strong. The bigger the argument, the bigger the work needs to be done to reconnect. Okay? Stages of reconciliation. The 5 stages, the simple stages, I'm going to explain them, then I'm going to give an example. If you go exactly like the stages, it will work nearly 100%. I've done this method in the most extreme situations that you can imagine, that people have hurt each other, and it works. I need to give you just a simple tool before we do it. Why do people agree to say, I forgive you? What's the reason? I've heard it from a lot of people. One reason. You understand my pain. No other reason. Once the wife or the husband sees that you understand her pain, what you did to me, she will forgive. He will forgive. If you don't understand, she will not forgive. You may think she forgive you. She won't do it. It won't work. The only way that you understand her pain. Now, how do we do that? So stage number 1 is that we need to connect the pain. How do we connect it? By saying this sentence. I understand that you waiting in the outside an hour and a half made you feel 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that correct? She'll say yes. Okay, so we're starting to, and now I'm only emotions, not when we say pain, I mean emotions. I need to understand her emotions, what she felt, what I did. Then I say, did you feel anything else? She said, yes, I felt this. And what else? This. Usually it's between 5 to 10 emotions that need to come out. And when they come out, then I do the next step. Not the next step, I make a summary of it. And I say, okay, let me summarize it. I understand that leaving you outside and by shouting at the children, shouting at you in front of the children, made you feel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that true? He said yes. And you have no other feelings? No. That's great. Then I go to the next stage number 2. To feel the pain of the other person. Come on, until now it's a bit technical. I understand by hearing what you're going through. I need to feel it. How do I feel it? There's a few methods. The most efficient which I learned, which I use, is that I imagine myself in the other person's place. The husband needs to imagine that he's there waiting outside, looking, sweating, the children are screaming, buying, running, there's cars going by, she's afraid that he has to be there, has to feel it, and he has to express it in words, saying, look, I imagine myself in where you are, and I feel 1, 2, 3, 4. How, from 1 to 10, how much do I feel your pain? And if she says number 8, 9, you're in. Then you can go to the next stage. That means you understand her pain. Then she will forgive you. So you ask her, I want to ask forgiveness. And you need to explain why you're asking forgiveness. Of course, promise not to do it again. Bezat Hashem. Next stage, stage number 4. Do you forgive me? Why I'm asking? Because I've seen many couples where the husband said, look, I want to say I'm very, very, very sorry, And so, and he carried on. And I'm looking at her and I said, ask her if she forgives you. Well, so of course, I told her, I'm sorry, no, it's not enough. So I ask her. She said, of course not, I didn't forgive you. So you need to ask. You need to hear that she forgives you. It's a good chance she's going to say no. If she says no, then you ask why. Then you start from the beginning. Usually, if it's something really serious, she won't forgive you or he won't forgive you because there's been 2 or 3 situations, arguments was exactly the same. She said, why should I forgive you if you're going to hurt me again and again? So you need to do reconciliation in 2 or 3 arguments. It takes some time. Be prepared to sit down and finish it. But once you finish it, you're cleaning the system. You're cleaning, you're taking out. Could be there's 3 or 4 of them. You just don't need to pull them out. Okay? And then you go to back. Do you forgive me? She says yes. Wow. Then ask a very strange question. Why do you forgive me? Why do I ask? I'm forcing her to say good things about me. It's a marketing technique. When you want to, if you want to, I'm sure in the marketing world, when you sell, then you want to ask him to explain to you why he chose the product. I'm sure. So you ask her, why do you forgive me? So she forces her to say, look, forgive you 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's the stages. Now I'm going to give an example. And then I hope you're going to learn from it. Okay. So we're going to go back to the story of the lady waiting outside. And the husband is going to do the piyus for her. Okay. Husband says, this, of course, what I'm giving you now is what really happened. Huh? This is true story. It's not made up. I understand that I came late, made you feel disappointed. Is that right? Wife? Not exact. Not exact. What do you mean? So the husband said, what do you mean not exact? That you yelled at me in front of the children made me feel humiliated. That's what I feel. Then the husband says, what else did you feel? Angry. What else? Transparent. What else? That's it. So he concludes it. Summary, remember? I understand that when I yelled at you in front of the children, made you feel humiliated, angry, transparent, and maybe disappointed. Is that true? She said, yes, exactly that's what I feel. Stage number one, remember that we understand the pain of the other person. This technique can be done to your children. This technique can be done to your brother in work, your chevuta. It works. Please try it. Step number two, the husband imagines himself instead of her. And says, look, I'm imagining myself standing there in the heat, waiting, phoning my husband every 10 minutes. And he says, yeah, I'm just coming now, just a few, and time is by, and I wanted to take a taxi. And he said, no, don't take a taxi. I'm coming, don't worry, I'm coming. And the children are screaming and more, we have nothing to drink, they're getting red, and the cars are running fast. I'm afraid they're going to run away. I'm running after them. A nightmare. And I feel terrible. I feel bad. I feel disappointed, angry at my husband. Very angry. Okay, then the husband asks her, how from 1 to 10 do I feel your pain? She says, 9. Great. Then we go to the next stage. That means she confirms that he understands the pain. Stage number 3. I want to apologize for you. I really didn't know how much it made you pain. I was with myself. It was a mistake, and I promise not to do it again. Do you forgive me? 4. Stage number 4. Yes, I forgive you. Why do you forgive me? Stage number 5. Because the first time I see you really understand my pain. Well, these tools, this simple tool works. Now, what we don't do, if you notice, we don't explain what many people do. Let's say, for example, I came late. And I really had a good problem. I had a problem that the car didn't start, that I had a puncture, that I lost the key. And it could be really not my fault at all. The biggest mistake is that I give an excuse. If I give an excuse in the middle, or instead, or part of what I did, there will be no piyus. Why? In some ways, I'm saying, it's okay I came late. It's not my fault. She can't hear that, or he can't hear it. The piyus will only start, consolation will only work if you take 100% responsibility, even if it wasn't your fault. It's very strange. That only way to take out the nail. If you explain, or down play it, meaning say, no, so you waited half an hour. No, dangerous. The argument will become bigger. You don't downplay it. You don't explain it. You don't. For example, some of them say, look, mishamayim, and they bring Hashem into this, and efo ha'emunah shelach, and they start to bring ציטוטים מפסוקים, כל אדם שכועס מאבד. Hello. Watch it. You're playing with fire. You're not allowed to do that. You're with her, with the pain, no excuses, no nothing, and you take 100% responsibility. And once you do that, you pull out the nail, and you have a new life. So that I want to invite you, both, all of you that are watching this, that first of all, if you argue, have an argument, that's okay. But immediately the same day, you need to sit down and make a reconciliation. And to do it the stages. And if you do it correctly and you can practice on it, how can you practice it? Very simple. Think of an argument that you and your husband or your wife had that you didn't do reconciliation. Take the stages that we learn now and do it. Clean the table. And if you're really important, let's say you have 10 arguments that you bypassed, go through each one a day, one a week, and clean them. Take all the nails out of you. That's what I do in my room. People come with not one nail. They have a lot. And we start pulling them one by one. And it's a beautiful tool. I invite you, B'ezrat Hashem, you have a shalom bayit, ahava, shalom ve'erut. Thank you very much for your time. If anybody wants questions, yeah? Same, no problem, no different. Any other questions? Yeah.
Many things that you and go back to my former wife that she passed away.
Okay.
So I hope that I was thinking to put those things in the contest of the Swedish because I'm from Stockholm.
Okay.
And I'm gonna copy it and